God, that's a pain. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Really glad you came back. How are we all doing over there on our lines on, stenographers ready? Everybody's ready to go?
Recorders on. Okay.
All set, Derek?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At the committee's request, DSA has rebuilt the agenda a little bit. All the committee members have received this new matrix layout. Those of you in the audience and those of you online will announce each item, and hopefully you can track those down real quickly. We'll give you as much information as we can when we do that. The intent behind that is to try and group things that are like in topic so that we can take action on a more organized fashion. DSA will present those in the grouping, and they're going to explain how they've grouped these things. This is the only day we have. So from the committee's point of view, and from the public's point of view, remember that if we don't finish today, then what happens is that the entire process comes to a halt. This committee then postpones action. We wait 30 days or so to get a new room, get everything rescheduled, renoticed, and then we have that hearing, and then the 45-day language can take place. That puts a tremendous amount of pressure on DSA to wrap up their package, accommodate the comments, and they're going to come in during that time period and get the thing ready for taking to the commission. So I would encourage the committee, recognize the amount of time that's been invested in these things, and keep your comments brief. Don't try and write the code. Don't try and modify things that are not significantly out of whack. So none of us want to have to come back in a month. So with that, DSA, would you like to tell us how you've organized this agenda?
Great, thank you very much. This is Derek Shaw. We have amended the table in the document that you have before you. We've also provided 10 at the table with the sign-in sheets for the public to use. We've added the first column for designation, just so that we could all zero in on particular items and groups of items. So for example, in the housing group, our designations are HO1, HO2, HO3, HO4, and so on. And similarly for the other major groups. Today, with the committee's agreement, we would like to begin with the electric vehicle charging group and finish that off. So if there are any other interested parties who would like to comment on electric vehicle charging, we can take care of that right away as a continuation from our last conversation yesterday. After that, we would then request that we can move on to the remaining housing items, and then proceed to the group of detectable warnings items. After that, We will still have a smattering of remaining items to address, but they are similarly grouped, and I think we can probably get through those pretty quickly, and hopefully get us all out by the end of the day.
Thank you. Without objection from the committee, let's proceed as DSA suggests. We'll finish off the electric vehicle charging and then go to housing. Derek, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had already addressed two items of electric vehicle charging. Remaining would be the items that are designated as EV-1. We'll start with the first one, item 11B.27, and this concerns section 11B-502.3. In this item, we are proposing to amend existing language so that we can allow 2 parking spaces to share the access aisle. That's already existing language, but we would modify that to also include 1 parking space and 1 electric vehicle charging space being allowed to share the access aisle. Okay, and of course, where van accessible parking stalls or van accessible electric vehicle charging stations are provided, the access aisle is always required to be on the passenger side of the vehicle. With that, we can take any questions and comments.
Thank you. Committee, questions of staff? Hearing none, open public comment. Anybody in the audience?
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Tony Gonzalez. I represent Electrify America. We just wanted to thank the staff at the Division of State Architect for this clarification, which we agree with, and urge its adoption.
Thank you, sir. Questions of, okay. Open public comment online.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Discussion.
Motion to approve as submitted. Kaiser.
Second.
Anderson seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
The next item is item 11B.44. This is in section 11B-812.7. In this item, it's complementary to the previous item, as it also includes amendments to existing language within the electric vehicle charging section, and it additionally indicates that 1 parking space and 1 electric vehicle charging space may share a common access aisle. And additionally, you'll see the exception that's provided there. The exception has to do with the marking requirements in section 11B-812.7.2. And here we clarify that in the condition where you have 1 electric vehicle charging space and 1 parking space sharing an access aisle, that the marking needs to be consistent with these marking requirements for parking spaces. Okay, generally electric vehicle charging stations have different marking requirements from parking spaces, but because of the shared access aisle and California statute, which does have requirements for the method of marking the access aisles, we needed to make sure to clarify that with the exception. With that, we can take any questions or comments.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Ms. Anderson?
The only question I have is following up with assigned parking in public housing or other housing. If we have an electrical vehicle charging station on an assigned space, how is that marked?
Electric vehicle charging station in an assigned space. I would have to research that. I don't have the answer readily.
So what would a jurisdiction do then, especially considering the next item you have for marking?
I can't speculate on what a jurisdiction would do. Give me a moment, please. We can certainly look into that. Currently, under Chapter 11A, an accessible parking space that's provided for a resident is not required to be marked, and so we would likely take the same approach, but we can address that issue as we move forward in development for the 45-day package.
That comment.
Other questions of staff? Okay. Open for public comment? Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Questions of staff, commission, discussion? Mr. Lozano?
And maybe I'm confused on between 44 and 42. Is it, because you mentioned markings, is it 42 that has, because I don't have the actual sections here, do you have, is that dealing with the EV charging, sharing the aisle with the vehicle, and it gets specifically into the painted markings?
Yes, the surface marking.
42?
Item 11B.42?
That the one?
44. No, that has to do with residential dwelling units and adaptable features.
Okay, then I have a comment, I'm sorry, because I don't know why, I thought it was 42.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I do apologize for interrupting. Perhaps you were referring to item 11B.43, which does address floor or ground surfaces, and it prohibits detectable warnings from being provided in vehicle spaces and access aisles.
No, I guess it has to, if it's not 42, then, let's see, I have well, anyway, the point is, there's a section, I think it's 11B 812.7, point 3 or something like that. I'm just remembering, that talks about marking the access aisle there and the boundary, a painted line around the perimeter. And what I wanted to ask, if consideration had been given of having language that's being used elsewhere for detectable warnings not to be permitted there around the perimeter, because we've addressed in 28 and 29 and 43 parking spaces, vehicular spaces, and vehicular pull-ups, and that's not the right order of having no detectable warnings around the aisle. And since we're introducing the electric vehicle charging station as it's associated with the markings, I was wondering if it would be safe to mention about detectable warnings not to be on that either, because it's so to be consistent with the other items you brought up, if that makes sense.
Yes, that item is actually addressed in item 11B.43, which we'll get to, I think, at a later point in the meeting today.
I'm not trying to get
But in that, it prohibits the location of detectable warnings within the vehicle space for an electric vehicle charger, as well as the access aisle associated with an electric vehicle charger.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to get into detectable warnings.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a lively topic when we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. Anybody else?
Motion
Motion.
to approve as submitted. Kaiser.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next item.
I would note for the committee's information that the item number designation that you see in the second column of this table also addresses 11B.44-1, which is for the exception language that we see in this item. So,
Motion was for both. It was for the actual publicized 11B-44, all-inclusive.
And for clarity, that it will be studied for markings for singles, for an accessible space.
Staff need, you've got that issue as far as a recorded item. We don't need to amend the motion. Okay? Very good. Thank you. Next item.
next item is item 11B.45, and that has to do with section 11B-812.9. And here, this is a minor amendment where, for consistency with our other use of language around electric vehicle charging stations, we refer to the space where the electric vehicle pulls up as the vehicle space. DSA had erred in a previous rulemaking cycle and had listed that as parking space. So we're changing parking to vehicle space for consistency. We can answer any questions or comments.
Questions of staff?
Just one, following up on previous conversations that Ms. Anderson had previously dealing with the federal law that requires property owners to provide parking. This could still be valid because if parking is provided for the EV charging station, as written, it's correct. So we may want to include that concept. Since you've already introduced it, it needs to be all-inclusive.
I'm afraid I don't understand the comment.
Comment that was made just on the previous item, the comments that were made yesterday about the federal law requiring property owners in multifamily dwellings to provide accessible features, in this case parking, as requested, upon request. This is valid as written. And I understand why you're doing this, because normally EVCSs are not parking, but they could be. Does that change your thinking on this at all?
Well, first of all, I would point out that there was California statute that we were referring to yesterday that requires apartment residents to have the ability to install electric vehicle charging stations. I think for clarity and consistency with the language of the code, that we would prefer to have this as a vehicle space for consistency with the language that we describe within the electric vehicle charging station technical requirements.
Just to address, I'm looking at it where it says EV charging only. It could be that we provide an exception to this requirement for those residential parking facilities, because if it's assigned to the resident, it wouldn't only be limited to EV charging only. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, it could be either parking or vehicle. I mean, I understand.
No, thank you. Yeah.
Further comment, I understand, and thank you for the Building Standards Commission. They sent out Assembly bills and Senate bills. One of them was in regards to zoning electrical vehicle charging spaces and considering them to be parking. So we are having some crossover between spaces and parking. Ida, can you comment on that and how that affects?
So that directive was really to address local jurisdictions when they consider parking, to allow electric vehicle charging to be included in a parking count. Really what's it's really a linear process. In other words, the zoning, local zoning needs to address that issue and permit that for total parking count, part of it can be EV charging. So there is that direction there, but as the code gets applied, we make the distinction, and by that time, charging and parking's already been decided as to what amounts are going to be provided, and so therefore, for the purposes of only accessibility, charging is not parking. We do not make that distinction in any other relevancy other than in, once you're signing accessibility. Parking's not considered charging and therefore needs to be handled separately. But prior to this time, and in the course of making the decisions, it's permissive to the jurisdiction to say, when you have a total parking count, you are required to consider electric vehicle charging as part of that parking count.
Understood. So when you're designating parking, though, for accessibility, there may be some overlap between electrical vehicle charging and for assigned accessible parking, so that the same situation may come up. So all I'm saying is that we're asking for further study on this. We're approving it with further consideration, and all I'm saying is that it may apply to assigned parking in residential facilities, but in other cases too. And so when you're considering your language, please consider these other circumstances and make it broad and vigorous so it can cover all the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Motion?
Have we got public comment?
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Got sidetracked there. Public comment on this item? Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Second by Mr. Gibbons. Discussion on the motion? Just to discuss on the motion, then, I think I've heard DSA say that they may want to add an exception to address the issue of parking. So just keep that in mind. That would be language in 45-day to review, right? Thank you. Motion has been for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right, guys, we got to an entire category of information. Housing, I think. I'm sorry? Oh, you couldn't hear me? This thing goes in and out, it seems. Thank you, we completed an entire category. I think we're going to do housing.
Yes, with this, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Susan Moe, Senior Architect, and she will be presenting the remaining housing items.
If you would like to present the entire group of HO
Okay.
together,
Okay.
just let them know what you're doing.
Okay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Susan Moe, Senior Architect with the Division of the State Architect. And allowing for, oh, there we go. Oh, thank you. Can you hear me now? So what I would like to do, there is a grouping here, HO-1, and that would be that's items 11B.08, 11B.12, 11B.14, 11B-14-1, 11B-14-2, 11B-14-3. And I'll present those all at the same time, and then you can, at your pleasure, you can discuss item by item. So with that,
Second. Yes.
Is it Just a point of order, is it possible for us to start with item 11B.42 and discuss section 809 that's transferring before we begin approving language change with that change incorporated? Can we start, in other words, start with item 11B.42 and proceed forward and complete all the 800 series? Susan, are you okay with that?
Whichever order you would prefer to take it in, that's fine.
And the reason for that, Ms. Anderson?
Because the items that precede are looking at language including those items. So I would like to approve those items and then validate their inclusion with the subsequent language and other referring text.
Might I mention that yesterday there were certain sections that were approved as submitted that did incorporate the modification, the amendment to those sections where we are striking the reference to Chapter 11A and instead referring to 11B 809.6 through 11B 809.12. But however you would like to take these.
I would just like to look at the substantive change before we make changes to the referencing text.
Pleasure of the committee.
I do have a problem with that. This is Kaiser. I think we need to look at the scoping first, and then we can look at the technical provisions that follow it. Without the scoping, we have no right to look at the technical provisions.
Tend to agree with Mr. Kaiser. Stay with the scoping section to start with, please. Excuse me, as a rule of order. Would the committee like to take a motion on the order to abstaining doesn't help much in the sense of moving us along. So if we're not in all agreement on this, then proceed as you've identified it, please. HO1,
Okay.
11B08.
All right, beginning with item 11B.08. What we're doing here is striking the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4, and replacing that with the reference to sections 11B 809.6 through 11B 809.12. So that's what we're proposing in that particular item. Then if we move on to 11B.12, this particular section refers to the requirements for mailboxes. What we're proposing here is, again, to strike the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4, and instead refer to sections 11B 809.6 through 809.12. That still maintains the requirement that accessible mailboxes are required for all of the units that have, the 5% that have mobility features, and all the ground floor units that are required to comply with should this be adopted, with sections 11B 809.6 through 11B 809.12. In item number 14, what we're doing there, there are actually a couple of things that we're doing in that particular item. The first thing that you're going to see there under 11B 233.3 is at the request of building officials and design professionals, because what we were hearing is there wasn't a realization that civil code has certain provisions and requirements for senior housing. So we're just providing a note just to give a heads up to code users that senior housing may also be subject to Civil Code Division 1, Part 2, Sections 51.2, 51.3, and 51.4. And then again, in subsequent sections, we are again, repealing the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4, and replacing that with the section reference 809.6 through 809.12. And you can see that repeated in, also in 11B 233.3.1.2.4, under item number 3, and then also again under in section 11B 233.3.1.2.5, under item 3, you'll see that same proposal that we strike the reference to Chapter 11A, Division 4. So that gives us item number 14, 14-1, 14-2, and 14-3. So that completes the grouping of those items.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Anderson?
A couple comments. I'd like to propose that we vote on all of these as a group, and then I have questions for staff. On item number 14, I believe it's going to be -1 that's commenting on the note. Is that correct, Susan? Under item 11B14, you have a 11, well, I'm not quite sure what the -1, -2, and -3, those are all individual comments within 14, correct? So I'm talking about the note under, yes. The note under item 11B.14, the note.
Right, under section 11B 233.3.
Yeah, what item number is that, just for reference?
That's 11B.14.
Okay, very good. Then I have comment on that. When would public senior housing not comply with this civil code section?
You could have senior housing that is not housing that's provided as part of a public entity's housing program.
Would that be under 11B?
No, it would then be covered under 11A. But what we're doing here is just giving people a heads up so that they realize that that requirement is there, because we were hearing that developments were being designed and constructed, and design professionals didn't even realize there was a requirement in the civil code.
I appreciate that, and I understand the intent, and I believe it's a good note, but I'm questioning the word "may." So if it is part of a public housing and it's an 11B, and your note is an 11B, should that word be "shall"?
You have to take a look at those particular sections in the civil code and read through those provisions, and senior housing may have to, it depends on the number of units and the type of senior housing when this would be applicable. So you have to take a look at, all we're doing is pointing to people to that civil code. We don't have the authority to write regulations that would include the requirements for the civil code for senior housing. We can certainly cover that, and we do that in our definition of public housing, but this is specific to what's required in civil code.
So again, I'm asking, when would a designer in this scenario, when would a designer not look at the civil code if they're designing senior housing? I can't think of any condition where it wouldn't apply.
What we heard from building officials and members of the Access Code Collaborative, that design professionals were not even aware that there were provisions in the civil code that regulated senior housing. So it isn't a matter of does it or does it not apply. Design professionals didn't even realize that there was such a section in the civil code.
Right, but it's a note, and it's using terms like "may," so it's not enforceable, and it could be skipped over. So this is an advisory, and I'm trying to get stronger language in it to understand that it is applicable, and it should be reviewed, and it is applicable in public housing.
I think the clarity is not whether or not, the permissive says may also be subject to. In other words, you have to go to the section to determine if you're subject to it. If we state senior citizen housing shall be subject to the civil code, it's actually not, and then you go to the civil code and you realize it's not subject to it due to some parameters of the type of housing it is or the number of units or whatever, that seems contradictory. This is a pointer to say, you may be subject to this, you should go look. It doesn't, the advisory by saying that it may be subject to is whether or not the project applies, not whether or not you shall go look.
And, I mean, this can be taken in public comment, but senior housing is covered under civil code. Public senior housing is covered under civil code. Requirements are. So it's just a fact. I guess I want to stress it even more because we are in 11B and not in 11A, and there are actually regulations that cover senior housing. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Oh, just a
if we
second,
could
just a second,
additionally-
just a second, please.
I-
Ms. Excuse me, Mr. Gibbons, were you finished? You had, that was it, no other comments to this group? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibbons?
Thank you. Yeah, no, we're trying to regulate this provision, or this note is trying to regulate behavior and competency. It's, you're saying may, and you got to consider, also have to consider when you're doing stuff in 11B, what may be a public accommodation or a commercial facility. Everybody has different things that they have to consider. I mean, how many more notes are we going to put in here to make people try to think a certain way when they have a responsibility to do that as it is? It's just clutter to me, I don't think it's got a place in this code doing this way.
Kaiser?
You know my stance on notes. Let's get it out of the code, period. This is great for the advisory manual, great for training exercises, but it doesn't belong in code. You've indicated that it doesn't belong in code by making a note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the committee, questions for staff? Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Same opinion regarding the notes. If it's an advisory or guidance, it shouldn't belong in the code. I actually took the time last night to look through all of the sections under Chapter 2 where a note is given. There are 8 instances where that's provided, and in almost all of the cases, the statement contains the word shall or shall not. So if the statement doesn't contain a code-bearing language, and you're going to introduce the word may, I don't think it belongs in the code. Other than that, I am in support of all of the other items presented in this bundle. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I appreciate the comments, and I understand the difficulty of notes. I will tell you that I have conversations many, many times with building officials who do not know DSA promulgates accessibility regulations, are not aware of our advisory manual, are not aware, and we provide extensive education and outreach. And so we've had individuals bring this to us as a suggestion to start these pointers to increase accessibility to inform the whole body. So this is a collaborative effort to do that. We're just being responsive to the comments that we've received to ensure greater code compliance or greater compliance even with state law. I understand the provisions and your hesitancy for notes, and I agree, and we can look at this further. I'm just telling you from the position we're coming from, it's this impetus to provide greater information and direction where to go, because so many still don't know that there's even an advisory manual out there.
Thank you. Mr. Lozano?
The Access Code Collaborative, which has building officials on it, there was a consensus of supporting with the note and felt needed there because, again, just as staff just stated, people were not aware that there were provisions for senior housing under the Civil Code. So it seems like it's really helpful to get people then to look at the Civil Code there.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of the note.
Thank you. Ms. Claire, you had going to say?
Just to add that not only for the building officials, but this starts initially from the design phases. Obviously, design professionals use the code to design too, and so ensuring that these requirements are designed within the facility also is assisted, and there's many design professionals who don't know of our advisory manual either. So that's the intent of the helpfulness of the notes without it enforcing a regulatory requirement or
Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I'd like to provide additional comment. There are other regulations that are in the administrative code in California, like the tax initiatives, that have enhanced accessibility requirements for different types of tax incentives. So those are not mentioned in here either, but they are law in California. So there are a lot of requirements that are not noted in this text for the building code, and they are missed. And it not only affects this type of outline that you're doing for scoping, but it affects other parts of a design. And these are significant, and it bears heavily on the disabled community, not only for having units available for their occupancy, but it affects the disabled community. So I appreciate this note, I truly do, but there's no definition for senior housing in the code either, and there's no definition for enhanced or any other, the other tax allocations that they get incentives for. And many of these are done at the end of the design after permitting, depending on the funding on the project. So it is very hard for us to put all of the requirements in our code that are actually required at the time of these tax allocations. And the senior housing actually comes from a tax allocation. It is not something that is built into the code.
Thank you. Any other comments? Open for public comment.
Morning. My name is Natasha Reyes, representing Disability Rights California and the 13 signatories to our letter. There are 3 items in this group I'd like to speak on. I'll start with the one that the committee has just finished speaking about, item 11B.14. I'd like to reiterate our support again for incorporating Chapter 11A into 11B. Our suggestion that the term residential facilities be changed to public housing facilities or public housing throughout item number 14, including all the dashed numbers. And on the note, we want to express strong support for this note. The discussion, I think, represents exactly what happened at the Access Code Collaborative and how we came to consensus on including this note for the very reasons that DSA has outlined here. There was long-standing reported confusion. There was a request for this note, and so it was written specifically to highlight a code that we became aware was consistently ignored. And I understand from the committee that, code users need to be competent in their jobs, but part of the reason for this note is to help them do so. We understand the idea that the code should not become cluttered with notes, but the discussion at the Access Code Collaborative and the requests that came into DSA, I think, show the importance and need for this specific note on senior housing. With that, I would also like to speak on 2 other items in this group. Is that for this part of the public comment?
Oh, yes, please. Yeah.
So 11B08, I'll repeat, we support incorporating 11A into 11B and recommend the change from residential facilities to public housing facilities. For 11B.12, I would like to note that the way it's read and with the changed reference from 11A to incorporating language there, we do have a concern that the required minimum of at least 5% mobility accessible mailboxes could be contradicted by the second sentence in the paragraph. So our written comments propose a change to the language. Most notably, we move and slightly reword the first sentence and move that first sentence to the bottom of the paragraph. to make it clear that that's the last word, that 5% of mobility accessible mailboxes, but no fewer than one, is a minimum that applies across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that suggested language provided to DSA in written form yet?
Yes, that was provided in our comments, in our written comments to the committee. I believe DSA was included.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I've got that, actually. That's one of the things that Michael sent out to the group last week. So those were sent out to the group last week. Any other questions for Ms. Reyes? Thank you. Other public comment from the audience? Online?
You have one question remaining.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Terry McLean, an architect and a CAS. And regarding that note, I just want to make note that in Chapter 11A, that similar note is also included already in there. So it's kind of being consistent by moving it from 11A to 11B, so it's noticed in both locations. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comment. Anybody else?
You have one question remaining.
Go ahead, please.
I have a follow-up question.
Second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're gone? There? Is anybody on the line wishing to speak on this item? Thank you. Next.
You have one question remaining.
Sorry, I think it's got me in a loop, so you can take me off.
Okay, thank you.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Ms. Anderson?
Forgot what I was going to say. So sorry, guys. But, I know what I was going to say. I know you can't speak to this, DSA, but when would senior housing not be public? Can
I interrupt here for a second? It's not part of what we're talking about here. There's a regulation in front of us to review. Okay? So, any other discussion with staff on the item that's in front of us? Mr. Lozano?
If staff, if the, Natasha Reyes, her comments on behalf of DRC, word changes like changing the heading like the public facilities or public housing, are those things that can be looked at? And those comments that she brought up and also the mailboxes?
What happened in our last rulemaking cycle, what we realized where we repeated public housing facilities, there were actually, and there is one item today that we're going to look at where we're proposing to repeal that term, public housing facilities. The issue came up in, if you looked at projects where it was an addition or an alteration, you could have an existing residential facility that is not public housing, that there is an addition that is proposed or an alteration to it, and that would require compliance with the 2010 ADA standards. When we had that term in those two sections, in Chapter 11B, if you had an existing building, if it were not public housing, then that provision would not apply. So we realized that there was actually a problem with that. So we removed public housing in multiple sections, and like I said, I think we have one holdover that I think was overlooked that we're proposing for today. So the issue is, if in all these other sections, we use that term public housing facilities, and then you look at the sections for additions and alterations, and we don't continue the use of that term, then that starts to cause a little bit of confusion, because people look at that and they think, well, you use that term repeatedly, but why isn't that used in the section on alterations and additions? And beyond that, what we're really doing is, by removing that, we're going back to the native language of the 2010 ADA standards. So yes, we did consider that, and we realized that that was another term that was overused. And really, the title of this section, 11B 233.3, it is public housing. Actually, when you take a look at that section, I think what happens, and as people read through the code, I think sometimes they sort of jump ahead. So really, when you look through that particular section on the mailboxes, the only thing that we're doing there is including what's required for the ground floor dwelling units. Everything else is as it's written in the 2010 ADA standards. So you have to kind of look at this in more than one part. So when you read through that section, the first thing is, where mailboxes are provided in an interior location, at least 5%, but no fewer than one of each type shall comply with section 11B 309. So you could have a lot of different locations, a mail room in an office building, where you're going to provide mailboxes. But then that section goes on to say, in residential facilities, so now it's qualifying that, where mailboxes are provided for each residential dwelling unit, mailboxes complying with section 11B 309 shall be provided for each residential dwelling unit required to provide mobility features, complying with sections 11B 809.2 through 11B 809.6, and adaptable features complying with, as written now, Chapter 11A, Division 4. And we get calls on this all the time, because just recently somebody called and they said, we've got a public housing project, it's a building with an elevator, we've got 450 units, the elevator serves all floors. Does that mean that we have to have 450 accessible mailboxes? The answer is yes, you do. And that is also consistent with what is required in the Fair Housing Act accessibility guidelines, and there's actually a letter on that came out from HUD that addressed that issues. So we hadn't, that's how, as you read through that section, how you apply that particular section.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That really helps with hearing what reactions or comment to the comments, helping make a decision. So,
thank you.
Just for a general comment, if I may make them, we have received comments post our submission package being submitted to building standards. We will consider all comments we receive at any time we receive them. We may not be able to be responsive to them right now because we weren't able to effectuate a change. So I just wanted to make sure that in a question of whether we're being responsive to comments received, we may also not have had an opportunity to review them yet and address them here because the package has been submitted.
Thank you. A question for staff. The distinction on the public housing definition, is that something that Ms. Reyes and you all are continuing to discuss?
The distinction on the public housing definition?
Versus residential. The points that she was making about making sure that it's consistent.
I see what you're saying.
And then you've made the point that it might not be the appropriate language.
Well, I think what you have to do as you use the code, you look to the definition and you find your definition for public housing, and then you go to that particular section, 11B 233.3, which is public housing, and then everything that falls beneath that, whether it's the scoping or the referenced technical sections, is public housing.
Just to clarify as well, I think the position that DRC has, which we have listened to and understood, was to provide additional reinforcement to language. It doesn't compel any additional requirements. And so we're viewing it from the perspective of code understanding, consistency with the 2010 ADA standards that we use with model code, and trying to make judgment as to whether certain language could potentially cause greater confusion as opposed to, because it is a California term versus residential dwelling units and residential facilities, which is used in the 2010 ADA standard. So while I can't say we're not taking the comment into consideration, we understand the purpose from which they are coming from, and they feel that it provides additional enforcement, but it's really our responsibility to ensure the code consistency, language clarity regarding our responsibility under our statutory authority, which is to respect minimum federal standards and build on it. And we don't feel that this provides additional compliance like California can do, it's just additional reinforcement of language.
Thank you. Comments for the staff? Motion?
Kaiser, item 11B.08, approve as submitted.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion?
Kaiser, 11B.12, approve as submitted.
Lozano seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion, item 11B.14, for further study, to remove note.
The motion from Ms. Anderson is on item 14 to take it for further study on the basis of removing the note, seconded by Mr. Gibbons, correct? Did I get that right?
Yes.
It's seconded. Discussion on the motion?
Discussion on the motion, can we refine that and clarify that so that the second part of the changes are actually done?
Those are other items.
Those are the strike-through in addition, those are the changes from 11A to the new sections 1109, blah, blah, blah.
Those are items 14-1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
Doesn't involve this motion.
That's correct. Well, that's why I think you need to refine your motion to make sure that they at least move forward.
The motion on item 11B.14.
That's, but point of order, we only have one item on the agenda, 11B.14, that we can act on. The subsections they created last night have no bearing on what we actually need to move on.
Okay, then a friendly amendment is considered in the motion. So to recap, item number 11B.14, including items 11B.14-1, 2, and 3, motion for further study, specifically to the note.
Gibbons, you're still okay with the second? Okay. Discussion on the motion? All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, just a second. Thank you. Mr. Lozano?
We're doing that, I'd rather see it be in two separate motions. One,
Considering friendly amendment, the motion is amended. Item number 11B.14 is considered as a separate action for further study, the note. Senior citizen housing may be also subject to Civil Code Division 1, Part 2, Sections 51.2, 3, and 4. And then considering that items number .14.1, 2, and 3 are under a separate vote.
Seconded? So, the motion is to deal with 14 as a further study so that you all can address the note.
We haven't approved this. We haven't approved that yet.
I understand,
But
but there's got
it
to
would-
be support for the motion, so what is the reason
Oh, for the,
say it would be warranted for everyone to agree?
It's item number 6. It could be also item number 1 and also under inconsistencies with other California administrative codes.
Thank you.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Gibbons and Ms. Anderson were in favor of the motion, I heard?
I'm just having a problem in voting all-inclusive, the note, going to study and that things. I totally disagree with going to study for the note. I'd like to see it there, and I'm not given an opportunity, because if I oppose that, then I'm opposing the rest of the section, which is not what I want to do, because I support it.
Actually, Gene, that's why we split it. This motion right now is just for the note. So if-
Only for the note. Okay, I apologize. It wasn't clear to me.
Sorry. So we have all those opposed to the motion?
I'm opposed to the motion.
Mr. Lozano, opposed. Kaiser?
I am opposed to the motion.
Opposed. Motion fails. Motion for something on item 14.
Ms. Kaiser, motion to amend item 11B14 for deletion of the note, exception of everything, all the other changes.
Second, or in support?
So the motion is to approve all of 14, including 14, 1, 2, and 3?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's a deletion of
Without the
note.
note.
Exception of the
With
note.
the exception, it's amended with the deleting the note. And the
Correct.
reason is? Okay,
And the criteria.
yeah.
6.
Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Passes. So, do with it as you will.
Yeah, so I do have a point of clarification, just in understanding the note process. It's our responsibility to review corrections based on Chapter 11B and its appropriateness for furthering accessibility. So when we're given as a opposition of a note not being included, is the charge to incorporate the requirements into the rulemaking as a regulatory requirement? Is it to delete the note its entirety because and not address the underlying issue? I want to make sure that when we're doing our research and our further study, or taking into consideration your comments, specifically what our charge is.
So just a quick thing, just the motion was delete it. So now I think.
Okay.
Get some direction from Mr. Kaiser as to the intent behind it.
And just to let you know again, my objection to notes is that we've got now notes either in the code or in the advisory manual. We still need to pull up both to understand the intent of the code. So I urge you either to put them all in one location or not. The ADA standards they've chose to include their advisories in their code. I don't have a problem with that, but I want all of the advisories, all the notes, all the supporting information in one location.
Thank you for clarifying.
I have additional comments on clarification. There are other laws, statutes, and regs that cover accessibility that are not in the building code. And the intent of this note is very much appreciated. And I think, to that extent, DSA should further the research on these codes that affect public housing. And so I believe that there is a way for DSA to embolden those requirements and include them in our code, so that the code expresses the most stringent application of the administrative codes of the state. So I understand that there are difficulties in taking civil code, but I know that that can be done because there are many laws and statutes that you do translate into building code and then produce into code. So whatever you need to do that, I would strongly encourage it, so that guardrails can be included in our code for a type of housing that you can define.
Right, thank you for the comment.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a break. It's been time enough, 10 minutes. Everybody back at 10:15. Getting close. Hello? There we go. I'm sorry, were you guys, you're good? Nothing wrapping up there? All right. We are, again, trying to make sure that we have time to give. Go ahead, yeah, we can start up. Thank you. You can start typing. I know you're looking forward to that. In order to continue to speed up and make sure we have time for public comment and discussion, with the pleasure of the committee, Ms. Anderson made a great suggestion that staff could omit discussing the rationale for the items that are coming before us. We would identify for public what the topics are that we're dealing with, like HO2 is coming up next, what those categories are, and then essentially, everybody's in agreement. All we would do is start asking questions from the committee to the staff, address those, open public comment. Everybody okay with that? That way, we don't have to go through the rationales when there's a bunch of items there, and it saves your voice. Now,
Go ahead. No, you first.
As you wish, we are fine with that, provided that we're also able to comment based on public comments if there's something that's misunderstood.
oh, absolutely. And if there is a specific context to overview those things, please feel free to do that. We're just trying to not have to go through the detailed rationale of how did you get to here. We've all read this. Hopefully those in the public have read it. We should be ready to address questions. So, with that, Sue, are you taking, Ms. Mo, are you taking the grouping for these still? So you got HO2 up?
Yeah, so our next grouping is all of the HO2 items. That would be 11B15, 15-1, -2, -3, -4, -5. And really, this is addressing our separation between Chapter 11A and 11B. And you can see what we're striking, and this would include everything from the site and practicality test into Chapter 11B.
Thank you.
Quick question. In my notes, it looks like you guys processed 08, point 12, and point 14, but 14.1, 2, and 3, I don't have a motion on. It was mentioned that it was going to be broken into multiple motions, and then the approve as amend, we tried the first one, further study, and that failed, then approve as amend, and then we took a break, and we didn't do the 1, 2, and 3.
We actually had another motion to include all of them with a removal of the note. So that's what was, our final motion was.
Right.
Oh, so that, when you remotioned, that included all the other items? too?
Yes.
Yes.
We rolled it all up. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Pardon me. Through the chair, if we may.
Sure.
I wonder if we can seek clarity from Building Standards Commission staff on whether it is right and appropriate, if the committee so desires, to propose motions for sub-items as well as the overall numbered item that the general items have been identified with.
So if, to expand on that, BSC staff, is it appropriate for us if we were to take and act to some extent like we just did on the other item for all of those?
To the pleasure of the committee, if you feel like there is an element, a proposal that needs to be broken up so you can address it separately and take separate motions, I don't know that is a problem. We specifically go by each of the items that the agency submits, and that's how we number it. But if you want to break it down more to be able to delineate a change, I think that's fine. It's just a recommendation, so we could show that information if you want to. I don't think there's a problem there.
So for the committee, we would have the opportunity, if somebody wanted to make a motion to approve each group, including all the sub-items. That motion could be seconded, taken action, or it would have to be broken up at the pleasure of the committee's action. Okay? Hit it. HO2. Anything else?
So are we
Yeah.
questioning staff now
I'm
on
sorry.
this particular item?
Hit it, I
Okay. Susan, a question directed to you, because I know you're the expert in housing. we're including site and practicality tests, which is a part of FHA specifically, because of conditions where we have existing housing products that are created before March of 1993. And so we have to be able to establish some type of assessment for the site, and so the site and practicality test is included for those circumstances. Is that my understanding? Is that correct?
No, the site and practicality test would be at the time of initial design and construction. The site and practicality test is not intended for after the fact.
Correct. So, so when would this site and practicality pertain under the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Well, actually, what you need to take a look at, under the 2010 ADA standards, they have a provision for what's called structural and practicability. And if you take a look, now that isn't something that we adopt, that DSA has adopted, but the 2010 ADA standards allow for structural and practicability, and when you read through that section, it discusses difficult, or terrain that might be an issue. But also understand that this site and practicality test is very rarely used, and it's my understanding, and, well, they might use it, but for purposes of HUD, when you watch their training sessions, it's not often that they are apt to approve the site and practicality.
And my understanding of site and practicality is that it's a structural and feasibility, which we do not define, correct?
Well, again, if we have technical and feasibility, but again, if you look at the 2010 ADA standards, they do allow for structural and practicability.
So, but some of these, I'm familiar with the site and practicality test, but there's allowances for certain access exemptions. I have no other way to say it. So are you saying that those would be allowable under the Americans with Disabilities Act?
Structural and practicability is, yes.
May I clarify a provision that the 5%, 2% requirement under the ADA is not exempted by site and practicality. This applies to the units with adaptable features only, and that's why we brought it in. So when you're putting it in relation to public housing and the ADAS, the site and practicality test addresses the remainder of the units beyond the minimum 5% that's required to be accessible.
So my understanding of the application and how developments are covered, whether they're single or large facilities, is that the coverage is the entire development. And so the ADA would cover all of the exterior conditions. So when would this site and practicality test be enforced? I'm really confused why it's in 11B, to be honest.
Well, like I said, what we're looking at is including in, because if you take a look at 11B and understand that, yes, we pull in the scoping provisions from the 2010 ADA standards, but we also pull in the scoping provisions for the ground floor units for multifamily dwellings, which this site and practicality test could be used for. But there are still the provisions under 11B in the 2010 ADA standards that you still have to comply with.
Understood. So couldn't a jurisdiction then, if it was an alternate means of compliance, for a determination of structural infeasibility, which we don't define,
Structural and practicability?
No, structural infeasibility. Couldn't you merely just have a note, or I don't want to say note now, a reference in the code that says that the officer may look to 11A and site and practicality as an alternate means of compliance? I don't know why it's actually in 11B. Has this been vetted through the Department of Justice? I just don't know the application of a site and practicality test for new construction.
This objective that we're proceeding with is responsive to the request for many of our stakeholders, design professionals, building officials, individuals with disabilities, to clarify our separation from 11A. These requirements that are in 11A for structural and practicality are for new facilities that are designed, and while the 11B requirements of the 5%, 2% are required, the 11A requirements or the Fair Housing Act requirements for the adaptable units might be accepted under the structural impracticality test. So it is in 11B because we're making that complete separation. We defeat the process if we point back to 11A.
Well, I guess I'm confused. I don't know an application where you would have adaptable units in a public housing complex that would actually go to a site practicality for exterior improvements.
Well, public housing projects, if it meets the requirements of the scoping requirements of FHA, require FHA compliance. This is an exception under FHA compliance. And so what we're saying is the 5%, 2% are not accepted, but there are requirements under the FHA for the rest of the units, which the ADA does not address, but FHA addresses, that may exempt compliance with FHA.
I'm begging an example of that. I'm having a hard time understanding when that would apply.
I have a
Would
quick
apply if the
question.
structural impracticality test applies for the adaptable units in a new construction project.
Adaptable units are covered under ADA.
No,
Oh,
they're
the
not.
adaptable units are covered under FHA.
They are covered under FHA for the interiors, but the exteriors?
Okay.
Right,
You need to slow down.
Yeah.
You can't keep up with your back and forth. So take a pause, take a breath between sentences, please. And we're on number 2. I had a question to you for staff. Was this topic discussed in the development of this, in the workshops when you were developing?
Absolutely.
Correct. Thank you. Ms. Anderson? Okay?
I haven't gotten an answer, I don't think, because if we're talking about public housing, then the entire development is covered under ADA, and they may have FHA units, but that would be in the interior of the adaptable units that would make up the rest of the interior of the spaces at the units. But all common areas, including exterior, would be covered under ADA, and FHA would not apply. So unless you have a separate facility that is exclusive to an FHA multifamily housing rule, private and non-transient, then I'm not sure how a site and practicality test would apply. And my main concern is the site and practicality test allows for other accessible routes and other parking allowances, so that aren't allowed under ADA for exterior uses under covered developments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Questions? Mr. Gibbons? I'm sorry, okay. Mr. Kaiser?
My question was, well, twofold. First, I think it needs to be clarification that site and practicality concept was not even part of the FHA. This was a backdoor issue that was done through Congress and HUD after the fact. In other words, they didn't want an absolute requirement for multifamily dwellings, so this was not even part of the regulations. I agree with your comment on what you're terming as our test 3 is what is currently allowed under the ADA, and I fully support our concept of test 3. Test 1 and test 2, absolutely not, because it's not part of the Americans with Disabilities Act, for which we can apply anywhere within Chapter 11B. This is to be applied only under Chapter 11A, in my opinion. And so I think we have a problem with that portion of it, because it does not comply with the ADA. I understand what you're trying to do, and I fully support it, and I'm fully support of test 3 to be included under the Chapter 11B.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Okay.
Other questions for staff? So to echo Mr. Neerman's comment, the discussion of, test 1, 2, and 3, and developing this language through the collaborative and all the other comments that got us to today, were those distinctions discussed, debated, agreed, Collaborative is on board. Background on that from staff's point of view.
Yes, the distinctions were discussed, and this was brought forward to the Access Code Collaborative, and also brought forward in 2 public meetings that DSA conducted.
Thank you. Open for public comment.
Natasha Reyes for Disability Rights California. I want to say first off that we do support incorporating 11A into 11B, but we do have one suggestion for review for next cycle. In reviewing this section on site and practicality tests, we did not find the applicable exceptions that are included under FHA Guidelines Requirement 1. That is a substantial amount of language that we would just like to highlight for review for next cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Any other public comment from the audience? Public comment online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. Close public comment. Response from staff regarding next cycle comment that Ms. Reyes made. Clarify that? What you guys have had discussion on?
Yeah, what happened with the comments that Natasha was discussed with us, we actually had a conversation with Dara Schur, who is also with Disability Rights California, and also with Mr. Bill Hecker, who at one point worked for HUD, and now he's very much involved in housing, and he's also been involved in the Los Angeles lawsuit. And in discussions with them, they had some items that's in the letter that Disability Rights California presented to us, and we included some of those items in what's before you today, and then we agreed that we would take a look at a couple of the other items that they had an issue with, and we would move forward with this with the inclusion of the items that we could incorporate into this package. And then in the next code cycle, we would take a look at determining what we needed to do to incorporate some of the other items that they had, but we didn't discuss those items. I mean, we've been in close coordination with Disability Rights California and CBIA and the Access Code Collaborative on all of these items that we're presenting before you today.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for staff?
I also have a concern that the title is Public Housing Facility Site and Practicality. And then you have additional requirements, and these are statutorial. I think they're actually out of the statute of FHA. So are they part of a site and practicality test?
We took a look at this, what's in the Fair Housing Accessibility Guidelines, the design manual, and also what's currently in Chapter 11A. So to answer your question, yeah, we looked at all of that to develop this.
So the statutory language that's actually part of 233.3.1.2.6.5, that's FHA statutory language, that is under the heading Public Housing Site and Practicality. And so is that where it is under statute?
I'd have to go back and take a look and refresh my memory, item by item. You know, I can't say, yes, absolutely, this is from statute, but like I said, in all of these items, we did a thorough review of what's in the design manual and in Chapter 11A.
So So a recommendation would be that if these are guidelines for your adaptable unit that you're bringing into public housing and defining there, that they be separated and defined in another manner and not be associated with the site and practicality. And furthermore, I would also suggest that continuation on structural infeasibility and is considered, and that these tests, as Mr. Kaiser's pointed out, do not have much bearing under the Americans with Disabilities Act and as public housing, so, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? I have a question for staff, and I think Ms. Anderson's comment, just last comment, just really sort of triggered it. Is there a part of what has previously been considered as public housing in 11A that does not apply in 11B, period? I mean, the distinction that you're talking about here for test 1 and 2, and the idea that this information moving into public housing under 11B designations and scoping authority, is there something that, it would seem to me, barring the scoping issues of whose department is responsible for it, is that accessible housing and accessible housing are accessible housing, whether it's 11A scope department or 11B. So is there something that made the jurisdictional issue under 11A for HCD different?
Well, I think what we have to consider, yes, we look to Chapter 11A and look at, because currently we adopt all of the site and practicality test from Chapter 11A. So really what we're doing is moving that into Chapter 11B. But I think what you have to understand, because we look at what happens at the state level where HCD has the responsibility for privately funded housing, we have the responsibility for public housing. But at the federal level, then you have to take a look at what is the overlay with these various regulations. So at the federal level, you have the Fair Housing Act and the accessibility guidelines in the design manual that is triggered when you have 4 or more units. Doesn't make any difference if it's public or private. Then you need to overlay that with what's required by the ADA standards. So there isn't necessarily just this split between the different regulations. You have to start overlaying all of them and then look at what's applicable. I don't know if that is helping to answer the question, but I mean, when we look at these regulations, that's what we look at. What is there at the federal level? What does that apply to? And how is that impacted at the state level when we consider these different code change proposals?
Thank you. Ms. Claire?
So I think to be a little clear, if I'm understanding perhaps what the issue is that first right now, in 11B, we make reference to site and practicality, so it's already applicable right now. Okay, that's the first thing that I want to call into attention. This is merely language we're including in 11B because of the separation, not that we're including an additional requirement. It's already in the code in 11B by reference to 11A. I think if I'm understanding Ms. Anderson's comment, is that the site and practicality test involves those units that are adaptable. There are other requirements in 11B that says for the 5%, for the 2%, for any of those amenities that are provided, they still need to be provided to those individuals on the site. That site and practicality does not apply to them, correct, Sue? And so I think what's perhaps being suggested here for clarity is that the heading, public housing facility site and practicality, may be misinterpreted as applying to public housing in general, that if site and practicality applies, they don't need to comply with any of the other requirements. That's not the case, and we can look at that clarification and perhaps providing additional clarification to emphasize that this is only for those buildings with adaptable units that are under the FHA, but that other requirements for public housing facilities for the 5%, the 2%, and the supporting amenities that are provided still need to be provided, and we can look at that further. Is that
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser?
That is actually not what I was looking at. If you have a ground floor adaptable unit on an ADA public site for public housing, whether it's federal referring to ADA, state referring to ADA, then the path of travel, or I should say the travel path from the adaptable unit to any fixed transportation has to be accessible. There is no site and practicality test that gets applied to an individual unit for an exterior route. So there's no exemption. Now, there may be a structural and and the code may use site and practicality, but it's not defined. And also, that would be considered to be structurally infeasible. That would, under ADA, and that would be a very high bar for test. So the ADA requires that route exterior be accessible. And so there's no exemption for some of the allowances that you're making in some of these tests. So
Just a point of clarification, the ADA does not address unit adaptability at all. It only addresses the 5%, 2%, and the supportive amenities that apply to those 5%, 2%.
ADA covers all exterior spaces.
Yes.
All right, well, yeah, I think we need to not argue about
Asked
who's
asked
right,
and,
and let's
I think
move
this is in
forward
the
with what's right.
category of asked and answered. Mr. Kaiser?
If I can just follow up, I do appreciate your offer to revisit this and refine it. I'm sure that you've probably already seen it and consider it, but even under HUD's 504 acceptance of the 2010 ADA standards as safe harbor, even under there, Test 3, by what we call Test 3, structural and practicality, is the only thing that's recognized. Test 1 and Test 2 is not. And I think that we're going to really create an air of misunderstanding to code users to think that anything under Chapter 11B, Test 1 and Test 2 could have been used for. It can't. It will never occur. It cannot occur under a Chapter 11B site or structure. Test 3 can. And so that's why I think you're on a good track, but we need to refine it and get Test 1 and Test 2 out of there.
Okay, so, any other comments? Public, all done? Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Anybody in the audience? We're good? Okay. Public comment closed. Discussion.
I would like to make a motion to approve some of these, but I don't know how the sub 15-1 through 5 is broken down on the proposal. In other words, I would like to move forward with it, approving everything except, everything. It's not broken down for me. So with that in mind, I'm going to make a motion to disapprove as submitted and let staff do what they need to between now and 45 days.
Well, actually, it is broken down, because if you take a look at, you talked about the Test 1 and Test 2. If you look under 233.1.2.6.1, or I'm sorry, 233.1.2.6.2, that's test number 1. And if you look at 233.3.1.2.6.3, that's test number 2. So section by section, it is broken down.
Okay. Let me try this then. 5. And
Amendment to the motion to disapprove is to disapprove elements and approve element 15-5. Which is 11B-233.3.1.2.6.5.
Maker of the motion does not want to amend,
no,
so
let me,
withdraw your motion. Let's start.
Well, I've never got a chance to, I'm just in the development stages of the motion. I think I have it now. I would like to make a motion to approve item 11B15, 11B15-1, and 11B15-4, and disapprove items 11B-2, -3-5. That basically puts the prelude to the section, the supporting evidence to the section, and test 3 only. That should remove test 2 and test 3, or test 1 and test 2, excuse me. Did I capture that correctly?
Does that make sense, staff? Did everybody? That's the motion. Did we miss anything? The numbers are right from your end.
Yeah, if you want to disapprove test number 1 and test number 2,
Correct.
that would be items 15-2 and 15-3.
And 15-5 only applies to test 1 and test 2. That only applies to those 2 items.
Well, actually, that's sort of its own, because that's its own separate section.
I disagree. This is the end result of the adaptable units that are on an impractical site. That's what these 10 items are.
I have further comment.
Just a second, please. With a motion. So there's a motion out there that is,
Right. I want to make sure that staff agrees with me on 11B-5 before I solidify that motion. Isn't that correct? 11B-5 only applies to test 1 and test 2 site and practical adaptable units. Because test 3, there are no requirements, period.
No, I don't see that's its own section. There's nothing that ties that only to test number 1 and test number 2.
Where does this section apply to then?
Well, it would also apply under test number 3.
No, test number 3 eliminates any adaptability at all.
No, you still end up with a certain number of the units that are required to,
That's not the way the FHA says it, nor the way you've written it. There's nothing under 11B-4 that says anything has to be adaptable.
But there is language in even the introduction. It is the residential units, the determination of the number of residential units with adaptable features. That's in the preliminary paragraph.
Yeah, that's just the preliminary paragraph. It doesn't identify any requirements, like the 2 tests do.
Point of order for everybody here. The motion for disapproval, so you understand, doesn't give them the option to do anything between now and 45. That's your decision, is it won't go forward. So it doesn't matter what you talk about within the section of changes. You're going to disapprove it, then it's not going to be an option for them to do anything with it.
Let me withdraw my motion and try to make it simple for staff, and maybe for us too. Second, agree? Who seconded that? Nobody? Okay, easy.
and we hadn't got it, we hadn't got it composed.
Okay.
Still trying to.
Motion for further study. The staff knows what our direction is and what we're looking for, and I'm comfortable with that. So motion for further study for items 15 through 15-5. 7B, there is no national standard to support this.
Discussion on the motion. Discussion on the motion.
We don't have a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, my apologies. Do we have a second, Ms. Chung? Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Gibbons, that was no? Mr. Gibbons,
You have it on recording, so let's speak up.
yeah, Mr. Gibbons was an emphatic no. Motion passes for further study.
Item number H03. What we're looking at here, this is a provision that we brought last year to the Code Advisory Committee, and we're bringing that back. This was very extensively discussed with building officials, as well as CBIA and Disability Rights California. Again, we discussed it at the Access Code Collaborative meetings, as well as the public meetings. And the consensus was that they did want this provision to be included in the building code. And it does come from the Code of Federal Regulations. So with that, we are on item number HO-3, item 11B.16.
Okay, thank you. Questions from committee to staff? Ms. Anderson?
Yes, I think this is good language. The only thing I don't like is the word buyer. I would prefer the word recipient, or the recipient of the funding. Buyer is ambiguous. There could be 15 buyers in one development, and that might even include the public entity as a buyer. So, or the applicant, depending on if they're pulling a permit. The buyer, that's a weird word, and it seems to be ambiguous.
That comes directly from the Code of Federal Regulations. So if we make a modification and change buyer to recipient or applicant, it changes the meaning of this particular section.
Thank you. Questions, Mr. Kaiser?
No.
Okay.
That's great, thank you.
Good. All right. Open for public comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you. I'm Bob Raymer with the California Building Industry Association, and also representing the California Apartment Association. And of course, with me, once again, is Natasha Reyes from Disability Rights Access, Advocates, I'm sorry.
Disability Rights California, thank you.
Sorry, there's two different.
There's a few.
This came before you 18 months ago. And unfortunately, while there was a great deal of support for it, once the public comment period was shut down, the issue was raised, well, gosh, this looks like more of a program than it does about regulations. And why I can agree with that observation, the fact here is, with the exception of the reference to the state sections at the very front end, this is verbatim out of the DOJ regulations. And for those of you that have that book, it can be found on page 13 of the Department of Justice's manual. So with that, once again, we strongly support this, and it does provide some very important clarification, particularly when a local jurisdiction may have a program for accessibility in a condominium or single-family home development. Once again, I realize this is very rare, but this is important federal clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raymer. Ms. Reyes?
And just to add on, we do strongly support this provision, and as Mr. Raymer explained, the language from the Code of Federal Regulations is included in the 2010 ADA standards, so there is reason to put that here in the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment from the audience? Just a second. Nobody else? Questions for Mr. Raymer and Ms. Reyes? Ms. Anderson?
Yes, so this is interesting language. How many jurisdictions do you know actually have identified people with disabilities that are in need of housing?
Actually, you may have, Habitat for Humanity has a wide variety of programs across the state. It's not consistent. And so within the jurisdiction, they may well have a series of buyers ready to move in. And in most cases, those buyers have an extensive amount of assistance that's being provided to them in terms of financial assistance. And on occasion, they do identify persons with disabilities that will be taking unit number A and somebody else taking unit number B. So I can't give you a specific listing, but it does exist.
Where does it exist? Because I'm not aware, I've done some research on this topic, and I'm not aware of any jurisdiction that actually has any statistics or buyers that are anywhere listed.
At this point, I think.
Just a moment, Mr. Raymer. Mr. Raymer, just a second. To some extent, that's immaterial. The regulation is the regulation. And so whether there's people out there doing it or not, unless it's contrary to something, what do we care? Okay? Public comment on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. Closing public comment. Questions for staff? Ms. Raymer, do you want to, Ms. Anderson, you want to pursue that?
So you've noted here that they've been identified. Where are they identified?
What you really need to take a look at is the guidance to the standards, and it clearly identifies in the guidance to the standards the responsibility of the public entity that is providing a housing program and how they need to identify potential buyers with disabilities. So that's where, when you read through the guidance, it clearly identifies what the responsibility of that public entity is and outreach to persons with disabilities.
Okay, so if none are identified, then what? No, I'm asking a question because it's determining the need for the accessible housing.
But, if I understand this correctly, this would be an initial design investigation. It either happens or it doesn't. If it is applicable, then the requirements click in. If it isn't at that time, then they would not. This is not, this piece of information is not intended to require those kinds of programs. If they exist, something happens. If they don't, those buyers aren't there, it doesn't happen.
We're trying to identify when a building code requirement kicks in for the design of these facilities. We're not trying to elaborate further on their outreach, their program access, their that's a different title of the ADA that they need to exercise. It's what's trying to touch on what might trigger what 11B requires.
Right, and we heard from building officials, and they said this was really critical for them because understanding that building officials can only require compliance and they only have the authority to enforce the California Building Code. We heard from the representative from Calbo in the Access Code Collaborative that they said this was really key for them because then they could enforce this provision.
Well, they can enforce the provision so long as somebody has brought them information that reflects it. Somebody, it's not triggered through the code process until the document is presented to them.
Correct.
Does this overrule then, because you're talking about residential dwelling units, does this overrule the requirements of the ADA if they show that there's no buyers?
Please, let's not mix this into program parts. This is a code. Mr. Kaiser.
If I can, to reiterate, this is not new. This is already existing in the ADA. As local building official, I actually had this situation, but the problem we have is that it was in the ADA, not in the CBC. So I applaud staff in adding this rather than another note. This is a great way to do it. I actually came from a jurisdiction who owns multiple, hundreds of local single-family residents. And now we have the teeth to require adaptability or accessibility as is necessary by the property owner, the new buyer, if you will. So no, this is great. It's not new. All we're doing is taking language from the ADA, putting it in the CBC. And I thank you guys very much.
Okay. Mr. Gibbons, were you?
I know exactly what you're doing, the note's in here, it is, but I have to stick with where I am on this, is that you have regulations and you have the code, and it's the wrong way to do it. I have no problem with you putting the regulation in there, because then you're putting it back in, the reference to the regulation. But, like I said, it doesn't deal with everything, it depends on the program, like Mr. Wizenat said. It's the place for this to go. The reference is fine in here, and then the explanation should go in your interpretive manual, if you want to exercise it further. That's just the way I feel.
Thank you. Other comments? Public?
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted.
Discussion on the motion, hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Gibbons abstains? Anderson abstains, motion passes.
Next item, HO-4, item 11B.17. This is section 11B 233.3.4.2. And earlier I mentioned that we actually had an issue with including public housing facilities in specific sections of the code, and this is one of those areas. So potentially you could have alteration to individual residential dwelling units, and if they aren't currently public housing facilities, then this section would not apply. And then in addition, that's the one item that we're addressing in this particular section.
I can encourage staff to just say, it's a code change.
Okay, sorry.
Save you some time.
Okay.
Okay, any questions of staff? Ms. Anderson?
Yes, just a question, Susan. The title says residential dwelling units, presuming a public facility, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that, because this could affect not just residential dwelling units, but residential as well. Those that may be existing, that aren't currently covered? Correct. Because you're doing an alteration.
Correct.
Okay, so the title is for alterations to already identified public housing or public units, no?
Well, no.
Residential dwelling units comes from the ADA as...
Yes, and there is a definition for that.
Yes. So I just want to make sure that if it is an alteration to something existing, it may not have that name. It may be a dwelling unit.
Well, dwelling unit is a defined term that is adopted by HCD. We don't adopt that term. What we do adopt is a residential dwelling unit.
So all I'm saying is it could be just called a residential unit or the other residential facilities that you named.
The title of the section isn't up for consideration. You can certainly make that recommendation, but we shouldn't spend a lot of time on it.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments to staff? Mr. Kaiser?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were raising your hand. Anybody else? Open public comment? Oh, Mr. Gibbons.
If somebody was to want to rent their home, a private single-family home, to a school for use for public housing, for somebody to let their staff or somebody attending a, secondary student was on the program, would this allow the Division of State Architect, if that person, homeowner, wanted to make a modification to their home, that then it would kick in an alteration standard and the disabled access standards be applied to a single-family home that was being used under a public housing program?
Well, I guess the question is, you said at a school, so what?
That as part of a, it's part of a college campus.
That's a different, it's still covered under public housing because it's housing at a place of education.
Yes.
And then you would have to take a look at, is that undergraduate student housing or graduate or faculty housing, at least on a year-round basis? But that is covered under 11B 224.7. So that falls under, you look to the definition, whether it's a place of public accommodation or a place of public housing, but that's a different category of housing, because that is housing at a place of education. But yes, if they have that residence, they determine that they're going to make alterations to it, then it would have to comply, and it would have to be accessible.
ESA would be looking at privately funded, single-family home that was owned by a private individual.
Well, it depends on, is this a public?
Owned by a private individual.
Well, is this a public or private university? So if it's private university, say Stanford, then it goes to the local authority that has jurisdiction for plan review and approval. If it's a public university, then it would come to the division of the state architect.
So you would be doing it, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Open public comment? Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. Close public comment.
Kaiser, motion to approve as submitted?
Seconded by Ms. Chung. Discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Gibbons? Motion passes. Item 33.
Next item is 11B33, and this is on your list, it's HO-5, item 11B.33, and 11B33-1.
Questions of staff? Good. I kept waiting for you to do a rationale, and I was...
I don't see the, you're showing two items here. What's the, I see, it's just a figure.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Correct. One is the body of the text, the
Thank
other is
you.
the figure.
Thank you.
One clarifying question for staff. Ms. Anderson speaking. Some confusion is around the word lavatory, and many lavatories are actually in cabinets, and cabinets have overhangs. And so is this clear?
Point of order, is this, are you proposing changes to the term lavatory here, or what's the change?
No, I'm questioning the 26 inches. Thank you. So is the 26 inches then, would that be measured from the edge of a cabinet if the lavatory was in a cabinet?
It's measured from, yeah, this is specific to a lavatory, so what this section is anticipating, that it would be a wall-hung lavatory. So it doesn't differentiate between a lavatory that is in a cabinet or if it is a wall-hung lavatory. The thing is, even if this lavatory is in a cabinet, we realize that there's issues with the grab bar and the clearance below the grab bar and getting that to work with the height of the counter. And when you take a look at that, you also have to factor in the knee and toe clearance that's required under a lavatory, and the front edge of that at being 29 inches.
Exactly, and to that point then, if you have so it could be to the edge of the cabinet then to clearance for that grab bar. 26 inches.
Yes.
Okay, just clarifying. So for the 26 inches, I like this language, but I believe that it should have further clarification in terms of where it's measured from. Lavatory in section 606 includes lavatories that are in cabinets, and so it could have a counter and a backsplash.
And we can consider elaborating on that in our advisory.
So to follow up, so this is not a clear floor space clearance that we're concerned about?
No.
This is only a backing clearance?
Well, and it's understanding the overhang of a grab bar. And
Right. And everything else we do in the code deals with, and all of your figures deal with clear floor space, and that's the way you have it drawn here. So I agree, maybe we need some more language to clarify, because I thought we were talking about clear floor space adjacent to the water closet is what you're after, even though we were talking specifically about grab bars. So I think this needs to be looked at.
I guess I'm a little confused. The clouded area is the area for the change and not the entire figure, so.
Correct.
Not sure why it would be considered that the floor area is being.
Well, they're moving the lavatory.
Well, actually, if I may, the way I read this is, didn't have anything to do with the lav. We're creating the dimension requirement for the end of the grab bar.
So maybe the problem is the cloud. The cloud needs to not include the lav. The cloud needs to include the dimension only. Yeah, okay. Yes, that works. Thank you.
But the lab will
No,
conflict.
the lab doesn't have anything to do with it. That's what I'm finding out. The lab doesn't have anything to do with this.
It could go either way.
Right.
The requirement is that the grab bar has to extend 26 inches past the center line.
You can actually move the lab closer to the, it's just the height.
Okay?
Got it.
Does that,
Yeah.
does staff agree with what I said? This is focused only on the length of the grab bar dimension at being at 26 inches.
Right, it's the issue with, and the discussions that I had with the U.S. Access Board, because this question came up over and over again, and people would take a look at this figure and look at the code language, and they would say, how can you have the grab bar overlap the lavatory? And what I was told from the Access Board is, well, you need to factor both of those things in. So in actuality, when they said 18 inches minimum, they said you really also have to take a look at the grab bar requirement. So they said they realized that this was an issue, and at some point, if they ever do take a look at the standards again, this was an item that they intended to correct. So after hearing from different people that this was actually causing an issue in residential dwelling units, and discussing this with the Access Board, that's when we ended up bringing this forward.
Thank you. Open for public comment. Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Discussion. Motion.
I have a motion to approve, but with comment that the figure of the lavatory should be under further consideration to highlight the fact that it is not just a wall-hung lavvy, as staff has indicated, but it could be furniture that contains a lavvy.
So it's a motion to approve? Are you going to amend it?
They're going to be approved as submitted or approved as amend?
Amended.
Criterion.
That it's vague and it's not clear on what the figure is indicating. And that would be, the vagueness would be item number 6.
The motion, second? Hearing no motion, second, we will, motion fails. Motion of somebody?
This is Dan Kaiser. The way now that I understand this is that I would like to make a motion to approve item 11B33 and disapprove item 11B33-1. In other words, leave the figure the way it currently exists in the code. That makes more sense to me. I like your language because now it makes clear that we're talking about grab bars, but the location of the lav has nothing to do with this. The current figure, for those of you that don't have the code, the current figure shows the grab bar overlapping the lav, which makes perfect sense to me. I understand that, and I appreciate that. So anyway, that's why I'm disapproving the figure, but go with the current new language.
May I speak to Mr. Kaiser? The issue that we had is that the top of the rim of the lavatory is conflicting with the grab bar height. And so having a lavatory underneath the grab bar at the heights is a conflict.
That's a design and installation consideration.
But that's why this was brought forward, I think, and proposed.
All a different lav.
We have a motion to approve and disapprove the two pieces.
Correct.
As stated. Is there a second? Okay, motion fails. Mr. Gibbons?
Motion to disapprove.
Second.
If it's disapproved, it dies. Are we sure you want to do this?
I'll talk about it.
Please.
Okay, what this is, because we've got a conflict with a grab bar, we're talking about facilities that have already been constructed with this minimum clearance. Now you're just going to go to 26 inches, which means that things that were already built, when it's altered, they're going to have to make significant modifications to that room in order to deal with this. And it's not even been approved by the Justice Department yet. It's proposed because there's a conflict with a grab bar location over a lavatory and space clearance here. This is a big deal. And I don't think we should be doing this until it's approved by the Justice Department.
In discussion on that, though, Mr. Gibbons, that is likely to be after both of us have retired, and I'm a lot closer than you are. But the point is, if we don't correct it here, we are allowing to perpetuate a situation that's not accessible. Whether it creates a situation for an alteration in the future, a problem for that, I agree. But that's a problem we deal with every time we make one of these code changes. We get 1 year in California. After that, you're on the hook.
The only way to correct this is to literally change the size of the room.
Well, and that's why I think my recommendation works, because we're not moving the lav. We're not moving it horizontally. You may be moving it up or down, but you're not moving it horizontally. See, because the current figure shows the two overlapping.
Distance is just.
I'd like to make another motion.
Hold on, because we have a motion
Motion on the
that's
floor, it's
open
seconded.
for disapproval from Michael and seconded by Don, so we need to dispose of that first, and then
We have a motion, we have a motion for disapproval.
after this, we need to give Mike a break.
I'm with this item. Okay, so motion for disapproval as presented by Mr. Gibbons. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Fails. Try it again.
Another motion for further study required under 9.6.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Gibbons is a second.
Clarify, this is for both items?
Yes, both items.
May I ask, what are you asking that they study?
The figure and my previous comments.
Staff have a sense of the discussion points that have been raised by the commission that would inform a further study that would go to 45-day language.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion is ready to go. All those in favor of the motion for further study?
Aye.
None, motion passes for further study. And we will take a break until 12 o'clock. Taking a break till 12 o'clock, so. Struck here yet?
I don't know, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't live here.
take 10? All right, that'll work for you? Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, thank you.
Minimum,
Okay, everybody,
federal minimum.
load them up. Where's our guy?
Okay.
Not quite, we're waiting for our stenographer to come back, who's apparently close.
He may not come back.
Yeah, we've still got 4 items on HO5 to do.
Yeah, you broke it up.
Yeah, because actually, all of that,
87.
all went, yeah.
Really?
These are all within the inside of the unit.
Right. Well, and then, but then we have multiple items there. Yeah, because we've got. Okay. Yeah, well.
So just reiterate what we didn't bring over.
Right.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yeah, I wanted to add one quick thing. I was asked to remind everybody that you have four possibilities. You can approve as submitted, approve as amended, disapprove, or further study. We talked about it a few minutes ago. A further study gives you some of what you're looking for if you're not comfortable with something. We have to limit the amount of dialogue or we won't make it. A continuation, in this case, would probably put this meeting out to April before we could reconvene. This is the first of 4 code advisory committees, and they're falling 1 week after the next, to the next month or so. So we won't have time to fit it in between any of those. That puts us into April. And with the meeting and the 45-day, we barely have enough time to get that in. So keep that in mind. But those are your motion actions you're available to take.
Thank you. Okay, we need to finish the items that you have grouped in HO5, right?
Well, might I make a suggestion? Because in actuality, all of these items, whether it's HO5, HO6, HO7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13, this entire section is everything from 809.6 through 809.12 is all of those features that are provided within the dwelling unit itself. As I said yesterday, what we didn't bring in from Chapter 11A, excuse me, is the 42 by 48 inch shower compartment, and we did not bring in the provision for the repositionable countertops and the exception for the different types of materials that you put on that countertop, and we didn't bring in the provisions for the breadboards. One thing we did do in here, we expanded a little bit on the backing that is required at water closets and shower compartments, at the grab bars and at bathtubs. And we did so because we heard from Calbo and also a representative from the Mayor's Office on Disability when they were looking at the actual installation of the backing for that grab bar and how it was insufficient. And other than that, we've brought in, you can see that the numbering sequence is different, and the language is in the vernacular of what's in 11B for consistency with that. But basically what this entails is what's required within the features of that dwelling unit.
the accessible units with adaptable features. So this is not the unit with mobility features. So with that, I mean, as you would like to take this, would you prefer to take all these and discuss whichever elements of this you would like to discuss, as opposed to going through and you can see all these different items?
I have another question.
Let me ask you a question. Is the language, you said what you didn't bring forward, which we understood yesterday as to why. The language that you have brought forward, irrespective of numbering, is it the same language as 11A?
It's not word for word, because the issue is, when I started to take a look at 11A, when you look at one section, it might say at least 36 inches as opposed to 36 inches minimum. So when you started to take a look at some of that language, it was a little bit inconsistent with the way the language was used. But other than that, I mean, if it says 36 inches minimum, that's what it says here. So as you, like I said, it's written more in the way that 11B is written, but other than that, it's consistent with what's required under 11A. We weren't going to take it word for word because we realized that there were some issues with doing so. For one thing, it would make a whole section that used really different terminology. We're getting the same intent, but we're kind of cleaning up the language a little bit.
To reflect 11B.
Right.
Style and scope.
Exactly.
Thank you. Questions from staff? To staff, excuse me.
So,
Anderson?
just a point of order. So there's a lot here to chew on, and I have quite a few comments on different sections. If we decide to bring this into further review, would we be doing that for each selective section, or would we be doing it for the entire section? Because if we go through each single one, it will take too much time, and so, and then we get into the problem we had with one of our previous items where we're accepting one and not another, and how do we incorporate that in the code then if we're approving one section but not another?
So let me ask the committee a question. You all have had an opportunity to read this and understand it and chew on it. Obviously, each one of us may have some issue that we think needs to be addressed on some of the 45 items or so that are left in this housing option. Is it safe to say that if we were to, by committee member, identify those particular items shortly, in brief synopsis, I don't agree with the grab bar, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that, that would give staff the direction that they would need to address further study comments as we move forward, and we would pass all gazillion items in a single motion. Would the committee be in favor of, following public comment on the group, of taking a further study action with that strategy?
Yes.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? Mr. Gibbons? Was that okay, you would be, or no, you're not?
I'll work with the group. I'll say yes.
You're such a guy. All right. So, that would mean, again, those of you that, have had a chance to study this, we're going to just start over there and go this way. Make your comments briefly to staff on what your issues are with any of these items. You guys are going to write like crazy. It's on the transcript. And at the end, we'll open for public comment for the entire group. Take those issues as they come in, and then we'll entertain motions after that for the group at large for something like further study, hopefully. Staff, does that work for you?
That's perfect.
Would you prefer we withhold any comment in response and just listen to what the comments are, and then, because we're fine with that?
Yeah, I would do that, because I think you're going to hear some of the same comments, and you would then be able to respond if there was something serious that you really have to take and clarify for us that we are widely off the mark for some reason. you can do it at that time, but I would do it at the end of all the comments, okay?
I would think also that we would request that the item number or item, sub-item number be clearly indicated in association with the comments so that we can make sure to, from our notes, associate that with the specific item or sub-item.
That would be essentially not the HO number, for instance, but the 11B number, so that it's clear which particular topic you're worried about. And we.
Yes, the 11B item number is adequate for us so that we can cross-reference the committee comments with our code package. In the alternative, of course, the section number, the code section number, would also serve to adequately identify the target for the comments.
Henderson,
Want me to start this?
I heard that's probably my left-hand side of the group is going to be the one that's going to keep us here through.
Okay. So quickly then, I wanted to just go through these item by item and provide comment as we go, I'm hoping.
Well, it's not
Why
all
are you
40
guys
odd items.
giggling at
He
you,
was just trying to get
silly
on my right side instead of the left side. So hopefully it's not every item you have. a
Okay, so the width of the door is the first one I have, and for people listening in, and we're talking about 1130A.2, which translates to 11B-809.7.1. And it actually refers to what Susan was talking about, at least 36 inches. The new code language says shall be 36 inches, but then there's an added exception. And the added exception seems to be redundant in my opinion. The clear width shall be permitted to be reduced to 32 inches minimum. So if it's permitted to be 32 minimum, and then it also needs to be 36 minimum, which is it? So that is confusing, and it is not a part of the text, and in my opinion, provides a reduction in access. If you're trying to refer to exceptions that are in 11A for different widths of doors, then that should be more clearly explained. So that is my first comment. I don't know which item number that would be. I guess it would be item number 42-2. That takes to my first comment.
Thank you. Next comment? Keep going.
Going? All right.
They're going to get the whole load at one time and write it down
Per person, okay.
per person.
Not by item. Okay.
By item.
Okay. The next item that I have is corresponding to the door heights, which is 1132A.3, item number 1, and those sections that follow.
1132.
No, I'm going to give you the code section.
Understand these numbers.
Okay,
They
I
don't seem to have
understand
any
you.
relevancy either to the section numbers in the code, nor to the item numbers
Okay,
that are listed on the
I will not refer to 11A again in my
Yeah.
life, thank you. Okay, so I'm just trying to find it then in my other section here, which is doors, which goes into 809, is it 8098? Clearances.
I was going to suggest that if you need time to reconcile so that you can find all the items, we might want to start at the other end to give you time to do that.
I'm open to just going through these one by one. That would be fine with me.
Well, that's fine, just so we get, hopefully you don't have a comment on every one of these items, and that we would get all of your comments to
Here's
staff.
another way to proceed. Are there any comments on 42-1 from the commission, the council?
So,
40,
second, I'll make the directions to the committee. So, what we had talked about was that if you have comments on any of these items under the HO category, that top to bottom, you would refer those to staff. using the 11B designation, because that's the scoping language they've got, top to bottom. If that's, and then ultimately, they've got a list of the comments that the committee feels are important, and we would hopefully at the end take an action on all of them as for further study.
In respect for everyone's time, I will consolidate my comments and deliver them to DSA for consideration, knowing that the motion is for further consideration, for further study.
Not need to be in the record as comments?
Well,
It would be helpful to have notation on the items that have comment. So it would be helpful to have a recording of it, yes.
correct, because that's kind of why we're here. The other option, obviously, is that you can, as a private member, provide comment during 45 days. So that's frankly the committee member's choice. If it was important, if the individual item is significantly important, that you want to make sure the staff understands your issue and the committee understands your issue, then I would do that, but I would not worry through things that are possibly editorial English clarifications. So, that might not be a bad idea. We're going to start over here. Mr. Lozano, are you ready to comment on these items, or is it?
I don't have any comment.
Mr. Lozano has no comments on the HO package as it is. Thank you, sir. Okay, nobody from ex officio.
I will make a quick comment. I don't have anything in the text that affects hospital facilities. In concept, we, as an agency, did something very, very similar, where we gave up on our Chapter 34A and moved it into the existing building code. And I appreciate moving stuff from one chapter to another chapter. And in this case, it's duplicating stuff that is in 11A, placing it in 11B, cleaning up the language so that it makes sense with the way 11B is worded. And I applaud that, and I can support it, but obviously I'm not a voting member.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Chung.
I have no additional comments.
Okay.
I also
Yes, sir.
applaud the efforts that went into this. I spent a lot of time looking, I saw your nuances of changing language. Thank you, it was great. I only had one item that I'd like you to re-look at, is the clear width of kitchens. The clear width of kitchens.
Excuse me, can you address the
I'm
item
sorry.
number, please?
I'm sorry, thank you. This is item 11B 42-13, and the associated figure 11B 42-14.
Just for those on the line following along, this is 11.
That's a reference from Chapter 11A. I think what we're actually looking
No,
at.
I'm looking at the sheet you gave me, item number 11B
Oh, got it. Oh, sorry.
42-13.
Got-
and
I'm sorry, yeah, I gotcha.
42-14. Specifically, this deals with section 11B-809.9.2, clear width of kitchens. Under the Chapter 11A and FHA, the reduced clearance size is very appropriate. However, under Chapter 11B, there's no exceptions, no rooms we should never be allowing. There's no way where we could allow a kitchen that's less than 60 inches in width.
That would be
So
sorry.
I'd like you to just review that, please, during this time frame. Thank you. That was the only thing I found. Great effort.
The only, could I?
No.
Great effort. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Got it.
Don't kick that dog.
Okay, we're done.
Mr. Gibbons.
Okay, just a couple comments. We got this package 17 days before this meeting, and it is a huge amount of work that went into this, and I appreciate that work, and I know that's it. I was not able to go through here item by item on this particular package, this portion of the package, and be able to cross reference everything that I really feel is a responsibility to do for due diligence. So I was hoping that you guys would have at least, provided a package that showed the specific changes. Rewording is one thing, resizing things is an issue. Just taking it over and taking 11.7, taking 11A and then taking those sections and dumping them back in as a reference section and renumbering them would have been fine. Then you could have done the cleanup with the language later and it would have been a lot easier to go through. So I wish it was done differently. I'm just hoping, I will take time to go through this before we get to the meeting, and I'm just hoping there's nothing in here that is really super substantive that we're not going to be talking about today. So, thank you.
Thank you.
May I add something to that? I understand, that was the intent of my question of staff before, as to what degree of content modifications did you make between 11A and 11B? And we've all discussed this in the past. The minute you bring it over and you underline it, it means that it's fair game for discussion. It may be useful in the package that's distributed to identify clearly, highlight, do something that shows we changed from at least to minimum or something like that.
Sure.
So that Mr. Gibbons' point can be addressed. Because it would certainly have made it easier, particularly for those of us that are not working in residential routinely. So, it's a suggestion for your next package that's coming out under 45 days.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
That was it, Mr. Gibbons? You're good? Ms. Anderson?
My comments during public comment, and they'll be coming, and they're lengthy, and they'll be very detailed. You'll understand them completely, and yes, there was a lot of work that went into this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. So
I guess just to clarify, when you make a determination of further study, which I assume was the motion that was being proposed earlier, we're making it solely on Mr. Kaiser's comments for the record and waiting for Ms. Anderson's comments
that
that are
point-
not on the record?
Well,
I'm
we'll
confused
see.
as to what direction
Yeah,
we're
we'll see.
given.
Well, we're not done yet.
Okay.
Is there public
Public.
comment on these items?
We haven't done public comment yet. That's the first thing as we're about to do. So the motion that we will take for further study or something will be informed by everything that we've got. So, okay, open for public comment. Sir?
Not worthy of this seat. Barry Desmond with Plumbing Manufacturers International, and would like to just emphasize 2 points in a letter that PMI submitted on January 6th that's in your packet, and I'll refer to the specific items. But the subject matters in general are the reinforcements for grab bars, as well as the slope and showers. And so first, it's 10.5.2 and 10.6.4. PMI believes that the grab bar reinforcement requirements for bathtubs and showers should be consistent with those currently required in Chapter 11A, specifically 1134A5 for bathtubs and 1134A6 for showers. We're not aware of there being technical supporting data to support the change from 11A for mounting grab bars in bathtubs and showers as currently required by the code. In addition, most manufacturers of bathtubs, including the surrounding walls and showers designed for accessibility, already include the reinforcement backboards built into the walls. The dimensions are based on the requirements in 11A. And so if it's not allowed, the current products that are available in the market would have to be reconfigured at substantial cost to the industry. And the suggested revision to that is in our letter of January 6th. And then secondly, in regards to the slope requirements for showers, that's 809.10.6.2. PMI believes that the slope requirements for showers should also be consistent with those currently required in Chapter 11A, specifically 1134A.1 11A.6 in accordance with the applicable industry standards and consistent with the 2019 California Plumbing Code and 2018 Uniform Plumbing Code. The slope of shower receptors are designed within a range of 1/8 of an inch per foot to 1/2 inch per foot. Limiting the slope to 1/4 inch per foot max significantly reduces the product selection for a significant segment, a specific segment of the population without a technical, without a technical justification that we believe. And so we have suggested in our January 6th letter how that could be corrected in the draft regulations as they're considered for further study, perhaps.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And just second question from committees.
Question, so this is you have identified that this is actually a change from what currently is an 11A to what's being proposed for Chapter 11B? Oh, okay, okay.
And I'll speak, I'll speak to that since it looks like there may be some concern. What we've found that the 6 inches doesn't work in the whole range allowed for grab bars. And when you consider where the fasteners are located in most of the standard products for grab bars, they are, within 1/4 of an, or 3/4 of an inch beyond the edge of the grab bar. And so when you look at the fastening areas for most of the standard products, and you look at the range, it doesn't cover it with 6 inches. And so that's why some jurisdictions require a larger depth of reinforcement, so that the range of the grab bar, including the fasteners that are part of the manufactured product, are in a structural reinforcement. The structural reinforcement for grab bars is further regulated in 1607.8.2, which requires that all grab bars can resolve their load transfer. And we have yet to see manufactured products for tub enclosures specifically that are reinforced, but calculations showing that transfer that's required not only by California code, but by the international codes and standards beyond that. So I understand that there is reinforcement on these products that are inserted into permanent construction, but we have yet to see those types of requirements for tub enclosures. So those are just 2 comments I have.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for the gentleman? Okay, thank you. Further public comment from the audience, Ms. Reyes?
I have comments on 2 related provisions. They are item 11B-42-4, section 11B 809.8, and item 11B-42-8, section 11B 809.8.2. I'll summarize our written comments briefly. Essentially, what we've noticed is what appears to be a narrow discrepancy between these 2 sections on the minimum opening force for exterior doors. The first section, section 11B 809.8, references another section of the code that has a point that allows exterior hinge doors to have a minimum of 5-pound opening force. And then later on, section 11B 809.8.2 says all exterior doors have a minimum opening force of 8.5 pounds. We think this can be resolved during the short-term study ahead of the 40-day comment period, but we did want to point that out so that those 2 sections can be reviewed. Thank you.
Reyes? Any other comment from the audience on the housing package portion? Online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Closing public comment. So, questions from the committee to staff, including clarification of the comments you just heard from public? I will ask you, can you clarify that if 11A had a particular grab bar arrangement, why we brought it, and frankly, more important, the slope of the shower?
That potentially, I'll take another look at that. That might be just a drafting error on our part, so I'll take another look and see if we just need to clarify that.
The staff's thinking that you would allow an 11B shower with a up to half-inch slope in an
Well, it's
accessible
in-
shower?
I think the issue is, you have to take a look at this and understand that these are two different types of dwelling units. You look at what is allowed and what's required in the units with mobility features, and what is permitted and what's required in an accessible unit with adaptable features. It's just like the issue with the kitchens. There's some differing elements there. So if you have a shower compartment in a unit with mobility features, you couldn't use that type of receptor that went all the way up to a half an inch. But you could use that in an accessible unit with adaptable features. So it's understanding the differences in the two different types of dwelling units.
Thank you. Mr.
No, I
Kaiser?
understand, but you're, to follow up on that question, but you're being a lot more restrictive than what we currently have for adaptable units. Going from a quarter-inch slope to a half-inch slope is significant.
Well, that's why I said we'll take a look at
Changing the
that.
size of backing is significant for an adaptable unit. So it's not just a minor little alteration.
Well, like I said, as far as the receptor for the drain at the shower, we'll take a look at that. And again, the reasoning behind what we did with adding the requirements for additional backing at the grab bars was in specific response to the comments that we received in the Access Code Collaborative from the representative from Calbo and the representative from the Mayor's Office on Disability. And they said they had an issue because when you took a look at a grab bar, and actually I was talking to Stoyan about this yesterday, because he said when he was still at HCD, he worked with Sean Huff, and they took a look at those backing requirements for grab bars, and at one point they intended to propose that in Chapter 11A, but it didn't go forward. But that's what we heard from building officials, and like I said, from the Mayor's Office on Disability. So that's why we incorporated those modifications for the backing for grab bars in this section.
No, I understand it, and I appreciate that. There's a lot of things under 11A that need to be refined. Some of them, yeah, more than others. But what I'm concerned about is that we don't have a good understanding of what is actually being transferred over and what you did change, and the rationale for those changes specifically. And I think that's what everybody is kind of at a loss for here, is that there's a lot of changes that occurred other than just a couple that you had mentioned. And we need to be aware of that. The public needs to be aware of that so they can act on it. That's all.
Thank you.
So I think the comment earlier of highlighting what changes to the changes you made are probably more important than anything else right now.
And addressing the issue on the door opening force, I think it's critical to take a look at this, because if you take a look at the door opening force, let's say you have an apartment building. You've got an entry door that goes into a corridor, the main entry into an apartment building. That entrance can be no more than 5 pounds opening force. But then you start taking a look at what do you do for the primary entry exterior doors and the second exterior doors, that's at the dwelling unit itself, and that comes from Chapter 11A. So then it's taking a look at those two different types of doors and where they're located and what the requirement is for the opening force for those doors.
Mr. Gibbons?
I understand what you're saying, but, you know, there's no rationale for what you're asking here. That wasn't explained in here, this change is in here. You say that you're basically just taking these, it's being alleged that we're moving these standards from 11A directly into that section, with some rewording and clarification, but you're making substantive changes, big substantive changes, and they're not being identified, and there's no rationale for them. You're saying because the public, the people that you talked to said that, well, that's what something they'd like. We'd like to hear about it too, so that we can decide whether or not that's something that's going to affect the industry or affect the public, or affect everything, and that, you're not giving us that chance.
As well?
Make a motion?
I want to just add, pile on is a better way to put it, onto this issue, because we've gone through this off and on during the course of rulemaking over the years. And I understand the scope of this change is probably, besides moving 11B into a consistency, aligned consistency to somewhat with ADA. This is the biggest change we've ever seen. And there's a lot of work that went into it, and I can understand getting caught up in showing that information in its totality. At the same time, for the members of the collaborative and everybody else that lived with this for 18 months, that's one thing. But when you ask us and when you ask the public at large to take on faith that this was a transfer in whole cloth of 11A to 11B, without going through and comparing word by word, that's a little bit unfortunate. And it's important from an agency's point of view in presenting information to us and to the public that it's clearly articulated where you made those changes. It would cut out an awful lot of the concern, frankly, about the timing and the volume and the content. So I would strongly urge you to come up with a nomenclature or a notation system or something that explains what content changes you made that are not just move over the word door from 11A to 11B and call it door. Thank you. So, from our conversation, anybody else get things that came up when we were going through this? If not, we'll entertain a motion to do something with HO item remaining, which is HO items, remaining items on HO5 through HO13.
This is Kaiser. Motion for further study, item 11B 42 through 42-58, all inclusive.
Seconded by Ms. Chung and Ms. Anderson. Get co-credit. Okay, discussion on the motion.
Just a brief discussion. The reason I went with further study is that if this can be salvaged this code cycle, great. If not, I hope that even as important as this is, maybe we don't force it this code cycle in order to make it work. So with that, good luck. You got your hands full.
No, actually, I've got a lot of that background information already prepared.
Great, thank you.
So within the 45 days, I can have all that in a format that is understandable when we go forward with this.
And I just want to address that, just to be, for a bit of genuineness on our part, it's, we were asking Sue to recall off the top of her head all the changes to speed this up. I think a lot of the content is in the eyesore. We will obviously take a look at it again and provide a narrative, but yes, there were other items that were brought forth. It wasn't that we were trying to get them under the table. We were just,
Understand.
quickly trying to provide that synopsis.
Understand, thank you.
Criteria, please.
I think number 6, we are ambiguous in whole or part.
Yes, Mr.
It's a
Gibbons.
question. When you go back for further study on this, you aren't going to be able to modify those changes that, such as to the slope to the floor. You're going to have to leave that in and decide. You're not going to make changes to that, are you? Yeah, I mean, that won't be part of your reconsideration?
Well, it's substantially related. Yeah. So we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
We could take a look at that.
Something you're willing to do?
Yes, depending on the comments, with all the comments we receive, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's to my understanding, that's the beauty of the 45-day language, so long as our comment is related to the information that's been published. They can't put new language in that is unrelated to the package that was put in or our comment.
And we look at all of those
Force vote can be
comments.
amended for the, okay, that's
Yes.
what I'm asking.
Yeah, and we look at all those comments very seriously and really consider those, yeah.
And we will also work with Building Standards Commission to identify where in the eyesore, since it's not item by item, that we can provide a whole synopsis, I guess, of all the material changes that we've identified. That facilitates, understanding of the package.
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ha! All right, let's take a break for lunch.
Good job.
We can go home early.
Good job.
As we all chuckle.
Maybe I could rebook my flight.
No, I was gonna say, you can't do that.
It's like in golf when the guy says, well, you should never miss this putt.
Misses it 6 times, right?
Let's not do that.
No, I was not,
1 o'clock?
1 o'clock. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're going to start gearing up.
Yeah, and he's running a huge department making this big money, so we got new yellow and new this guy. He likes to use that. You got a picture?
Mr. Zelmer? Excuse me, sir, what was the item that you're focused on? Thank you.
Circulation paths.
So DSA, we're going to do the detectable warnings category, right? That's next? Okay. Okay. DSA, you ready? Almost? Close? Okay, light us up.
Okay, well, thank you. So then for this next group of items, we're going to be presenting the detectable warning items. These are listed on page 3 of the table with all of the items listed. We'll go ahead and handle these with the DW1s first, and then proceeding to the DW2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s after that. So, to begin with, we do have several definitions that we're either amending or adding new here. The first definition...
Eric, excuse me, sir, I'm going to interrupt you just for a second. Is there any reason that we don't do the same strategy that we used on housing?
We may do so.
Committee, pleasure of the committee? Or do you want...
Great. No. We don't need
rationale. Okay, so no rationale.
Okay.
We can, though, and I think in the interest of some of these topics, I know Mr. Lozano had provided a number of points that we want to make sure we pick them up through one by one, I think. So, excuse me. So we are on what is DW1 on our list, item 2.01, blended transition, detectable warning, and drive aisle and driveway definitions. Questions from the committee to the staff on those items?
I do. This concept of distinguishing or changing, as we're doing here, between the pedestrian accessible route and circulation route, where did that come in? What's the importance and what's the impact?
Which item is...
We're talking about item 2.01. You are deleting the term "the pedestrian accessible route" and inserting "a circulation path."
That's...
Why?
That's correct. The term pedestrian access route is a term that's utilized in the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines. It's not a term that we have defined previously, and while at the time that we first had this incorporated into the code, we thought that was good language, but comments and feedback that we've received over the last few years has led us to instead utilize more familiar terminology, circulation path.
Okay, so I think that answers a follow-up question I would have on another item, so that's why you added sidewalks into the definition of circulation paths.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Anderson?
Question for Eugene. On item 2.05, the addition of persons with visual impairments, My tendency would be to take that out of code language, but I wanted to ask your thoughts on that inclusion and if you support it.
I think it helps having that in there, so that it's clear that that is the primary population that it's for. So whoever's going to that definition will know that for the use. I know that apparently it's still used persons with visual impairments, but there are newer regulations, things to use people, but I guess persons is still the legal term, so we're satisfied with that as it is being proposed.
Thank you, Eugene. And then two questions for staff on items number 206 and 207. Essentially the same question. What is the need for these definitions? I think they're redundant and they could be actually found in Webster's dictionary, but I'm wondering why there's such an important need for them.
Yes, the need for these two particular terms is related to our proposed language in a subsequent section. We need to be very careful about terminology. Drive aisle seems intuitive as to what that refers to. However, that's not always the case. And so, just so that everybody understands, all the code users fully understand what the scoping and technical requirements apply to, we felt a need to define these terms.
Okay, do you use these terms in any other way or in any other relation? And I'm thinking primarily about accessible routes using driveways.
I don't recall that we do.
Okay, just clarifying. Okay, those are my comments on those 5 items.
Thank you. A question for staff. Is there code language, I think, that says you may not use driveways and parking structures as a path, a pedestrian path? Am I remembering a piece of code, either in 10 or it may be in 10 for exiting?
We are proposing language that requires a separation between vehicle areas and pedestrian areas, primarily a raised circulation. There are exceptions that are provided. In a subsequent item, we'll be discussing that more.
I guess to my point, though, that may lead to why the definition of driveway might have been useful?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
That's
thank
exactly
you.
what I was referring to earlier.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Lozano?
And I guess it's the definition 11B 2.01, blended transition, as it is being proposed, agree with, because of some feedback I have received, and I'd like to see it considered that adding into that heading in parentheses the word flush, because blended, yes, can delineate one surface to another surface, but it also can be the mixing things together. And it was suggested to me that seeing that flush was there, so it just reinforced the purpose of blended in this situation. And it'd be in parentheses, and we already have it used, the parentheses, in another definition there, platform lift, and in parentheses is wheelchair, so it's making clear what platform lift it is for. So it's.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano, and I think that was articulated, you actually provided good language on that to DSA as part of the comment. Any other comments, Gene, that you would like to
That's
direct to
it.
staff?
I'm okay with
Thank
the
you.
definitions.
Responses from DSA? Because I would like to discuss the proposal to add the term flush to the term blended transition.
Okay. Short.
By clarifying extensively in our amendments to the definition of blended transition, and also recognizing that in another item of the code, we do regulate blended transitions. In fact, blended transitions are going to be the target of the regulation rather than hazardous vehicular areas if this code language is adopted. So introducing the term flush to blended transition does have maybe an unanticipated consequence. Now, previously in the code and currently in the code, we do use the term flush transition, and that's typically used to denote a ground surface that's transitioning from where we use it is within curb ramps and then transitioning to another element beyond the curb ramp, and that transition is made with a flush transition. So in that case, flush transition is descriptive of the type of transition. However, blended transition itself is what we would call a noun. It is a very specific element, and it's and the definition is going to address that. Now, we know that if other parts of the code are adopted, if other parts of the code proposal are adopted, we will be regulating blended transitions as to the placement of detectable warnings. The slope requirements are shown here. So it's very specific. I don't think that the two terms are interchangeable, and I think introducing the parenthetical word flush to the defined term blended transition actually would confuse the issue most certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser?
Then I think, to follow up on that same comment, I would suggest that DSA look at providing a definition for flush transition in the future. Because based on your code changes to come, I was thinking blended, and I see now that I probably shouldn't, and so I'm not sure how to apply this as a code enforcement official. So I may need a definition for what flush is.
Because they're also proposing some scoping requirements for blended transitions, so many people would confuse blended with flush and require truncated domes and where or were not required. So I think it's a good suggestion to provide a definition later.
Thank you. Any other comments for staff from the group? Public comment. Open to the...
Natasha Reyes for Disability Rights California. I'd just like to address several items together. I want to express strong support for the comments submitted by California Council of the Blind on item 11B.19, 11B.28, .29, .36, .37, and .43. So again, just strong support for the comments submitted by California Council of the Blind on those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Reyes, just for talking point, we weren't quite on those just yet, but we will keep those, your comment, that way you wouldn't have to come back up, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anybody else in the audience, online, please?
You have 2 questions remaining.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. This is Will Railing. I participate with 2 small advocacy groups, Accessible San Francisco and Accessible Santa Barbara, and I'm commenting today on behalf of Accessible Santa Barbara because that's where this particular issue has arisen. I don't know if it's possible to table 2.01 until the discussion of 11B.18 because that change to the hazardous vehicle way section really demonstrates the importance of this definition of blended transition. I'll just plow ahead if that's okay and just mention that in deleting the current section on requiring detectable warnings at hazardous vehicle ways, we support that change because the word hazardous isn't even in the text. It's just the heading comes from the model code, and it's led to a lot of confusion as to whether that's actually a term intended to limit the scope of the rule. But the change is going to replace that with a simple statement that blended transitions require detectable warnings. That's the 11B.18 proposal. So that definition of blended, now in the ISOR, it's very helpful, the statement for 11B.18, that the proposed language is intended to include requirements for detectable warnings at all locations covered by the current language. The problem is that in practice, it's simply going to say, the code is literally going to say that detectable warnings are required at blended transitions, and not everyone carries the ISOR in their back pocket, and so looking at this proposed definition for blended transition, I think that the typical design professional and typical building official, it sounds like you're talking about locations that have a change in level only. A raised pedestrian crossing, depressed corner. The difference between a circulation path, the level of a circulation path versus the level of the sidewalk or walk, and versus the level of the vehicular way. So I hope very much support Mr. Lozano's suggestion of bringing some element of the word flush in there, so that it's clear that blended transitions will indeed include the current flush conditions where detectable warnings are currently required under the current hazardous vehicle way section. So if that intent statement is to be fulfilled, I think that this definition of blended transition might require a short-term study simply to add something in it that really clarifies that it includes these flush conditions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Additional comments?
You have one question remaining.
Not a comment, but just that because you guys have gone through and you're kind of going out of different order, can you give us the item number of what we're looking at and when we're looking at it? Because on the phone, I'm like completely lost as to where we are half the time. Thank you.
I understand, ma'am, and thank you. We are currently looking at item 2.01. 2.01, 2.05, 2.06, and 2.07 as the item numbers, and they are definitions associated with that. So, any other comments online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, thank you. Closed public comment. Mr. Gibbons.
Yeah, a little bit here. The term blended transition first appeared in the 2013 CBC, effective on January 1st of 2014. It did not exist in the original ADAG, and it doesn't exist in the 2010 ADA standards. As stated in DSA's rationale for this item, the current definition in CBC was sourced from the Access Board's proposed accessibility guidelines for pedestrian facilities in the public right-of-way, all for 4 defined items. Okay, this means that the current definition being used in our California Building Code was taken out of a non-approved and unenforceable document of proposed standards. Possibly the most important point I want to make regarding the proposed standards, this definition was extracted
Slow down a little
from...
bit. You're
Thank
really
you.
rambling so fast we can't keep track.
Thank you. Possibly the most important point to make regarding the proposed standards that this definition was extracted from, and a point that has to be made regarding all the other proposals that DSA has in this package today, is that they were intended to be applied specifically and exclusively in the public right-of-way. The rationale then explains that our current CBC definition includes the term pedestrian access route, and that this term is not used in Chapter 11B, which in and of itself is misleading because that term is included in the definition that we're discussing and most certainly is now used in 11B. You know, we have to wonder why we're putting this code, where we're looking at this when it's not legally defined, which was the point that you made. It's not legally defined in a law. And so I know a lot of work was done on this, and I was on that committee. And one of the things that I also want to bring up is I contacted the Federation, the National Federation for the Blind on this item and asked them specifically, and talked to the woman in the governmental affairs that was for this. And she said that their position hasn't changed on truncated domes over all the years. And she sent me the information and that their specific position on truncated domes, which is against them. And one of the reasons, and I'll make this, it's a resolution that they had specifically. It says, whereas, rather than being supported by a demonstrated and factual need, the ATBCB's draft guideline is based on nothing more than a fear of blindness and lack of knowledge about how blind people travel independently and safely, and could bring the entire regulation, if enacted, under fire in the courts in the city halls of America. That's the one main out of this portion. I looked at this, I spent at least 20 hours of my time trying to figure it out how the proposals for this particular change were going to be considered by the building departments and the architects and the contractors that are going to be using them. And all I came up with was that it was going to be an absolute nightmare. I couldn't figure out how it was supposed to be used. Stuff that we have in the code right now that is being required is then going to be, is going to be not legal anymore. Which means that they'll be, in certain situations, required to take out stuff that was put back in. There's going to be litigation. And we're at a point where we really seriously need to consider adding additional changes to this code on something that is already a nightmare to deal with. And I can't, other than proposals that we have here, so I won't be doing this again on the next items, the only portion of this code package that I can approve of is those sections where you're talking about removing truncated domes from their current location. They were never meant to be installed on private property like this. When they did at the very beginning, it was taken out, and it hasn't been put back in since by the Justice Department. We only have the standard in there because it was proposed under the ADA. We adopted it, and then they rescinded it, except at transit vehicle boarding platforms. And Marcia Maz explained this a couple times from the Access Board, explained this exact issue when we were going over the hearings. So I just wanted to leave that out there for people when we go through these items. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure. One moment, please. Question for staff. Gene, just a second, please. I'm gonna give you equal mic time, trust me. The language regarding detectable warning surface, whatever you want to call it, is currently in 11B. And you're modifying in many ways the scoping application of those, but the actual concept of maintaining detectable warning surface has maintained itself in our code since it was originally introduced. Right or wrong, given the Access Board's changes in the past. So, Mr. Lozano, would you like to respond, please?
And I'm not going to try to debate, it's just general comment that, and I think you just, as you stated, these proposals, items that have been introduced, they're not to determine whether detectable warnings are or are not needed. What they're trying to do is where they are appropriately located. And as regarding the Federation of the Blind, they have a right, and I respect their position, and there's the American Council of the Blind that has a different opinion. And so you're going to have it like Republicans and Democrats, difference of opinion on that. However, these detectable warnings, I can only speak for California, but at the time when they were brought into the code, Judd Boyce, who was the state architect at the time, when we introduced, he said it was the most extensively researched, objectively funded by federal government, that substantiated more than any other access feature that had been brought to his attention, and this is again back in the mid-90s, and that's the reason the state of California felt that they could proceed on with these things. But we're not in a debate about whether there is or is not a need for detectable warnings. It's just where it is appropriate in cleaning up the language. That's all the focus was, including the ADA task force. There were people who were not representing the Federation, but are known to be Federation, that were in support of these concepts. Thank you.
Okay, open for public comment. Anybody from the audience on this item? Okay. Open on the line.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Discussion. Questions for staff?
This is Dan Kaiser. Motion to approve items 2.01, 2.05, 2.06, 2.07 as submitted.
Jean, second, and Ms. Chung? Second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing Jean?
All that I would ask, and DSA staff have heard, I wish they would just give consideration, not just about the flush being clarified throughout the document with it as it applies to blended. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we only discussing 2.01 right now?
The motion was 201, 05, 06, and 07.
We haven't discussed it.
We've been discussing.
Well, the point was you could make the comments on any of those. Did you want to have some other comments, Michael, on the others?
I'm just saying that's the only issue that was brought up, just for appropriateness. We didn't bring those other items in at the beginning when we introduced this item. For anybody else on the phone.
I thought I did, but anyway, would you like to amend your motion for just 2.01?
I'll be happy to,
Yeah.
and Jean, follow me here. Motion to approve item 2.01 as submitted.
Second, still.
Just item 2.01, just for clarity purposes, we're going to do everything else again. So, motion to approve item 2.01, seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Mr. Gibbons opposed? Okay. For everybody's discussion, including online, we are going to review now items 2.05, 2.06, and 2.07. Questions for staff on those items? Committee have any questions?
I think my only question, only concern, as I read through this and tried to look up standard definitions, tried to put myself in several building locations, I'm not sure what a vehicular entrance is. Is this it can be traffic controlled, it can be non-traffic controlled, and the impact of this is that a later use of this definition under 11B.19, this would now require a raised curb at this location. And so I'm concerned with the use of the addition or use of this vehicular entrance as part of this definition, because that's going to cause a curb to be constructed by another code section coming up. So where did this vehicular entrance come from? What is it? And how do I apply this?
And I would agree with Mr. Kaiser's comment. That raised a concern on my part because downstream, I don't see that being addressed as an exception. I think there may be an intent to accept it in 19, but I don't see that language explicitly covering it. So staff, can you comment on that, please?
Happy to. To begin with, the term vehicular entrance is utilized within the proposed definition for drive aisle. Drive aisle is a definition that was crafted by DSA in order to convey a clear understanding of what the extent of a drive aisle was, especially in comparison to another term, and that being driveway. Okay? So the it is correct that in a subsequent item under Section 11B.250 will require raised circulation paths to create a separation from vehicle areas. That's in essence our primary requirement right now under the requirements for hazardous vehicular areas. Where there is not that sort of separation, then 11B 247 allows the installation of detectable warnings to create that notification between the pedestrian areas and the vehicle areas.
No, because that section that is affected by this under circulation paths, there's no exception. There's not even an exception to provide well, I guess there is an exception to provide a curb ramp, but it's this has an impact that I'm not sure I'm comfortable with. I'm still not sure what a vehicular entrance is. I think is my. How do I define that? Does it, just because a vehicle drives between a narrow opening, is that a vehicular entrance? Help me here.
Certainly, when we were discussing this collection of items about detectable warnings, we understood and discussed vehicular entrance in a very ordinary definition. It is a location where vehicles enter, or an entrance provided for vehicles. It would be distinguished or compared with a pedestrian entrance. And so we felt that no specific definition was going to be needed to be added to the California Building Code, and instead we could rely upon the ordinary dictionary meanings.
Okay. Then the next thing that was thrown at me by a constituent is that's fine, but what about vehicular exits? So if a vehicle is coming out of a location, that's not an entrance, that's an exit.
Right.
So now the code no longer requires any type of pedestrian protection.
Well,
in essence, that's the follow-through with this.
Certainly with the definition of drive aisle, we do make reference to vehicular exits. And so where a pedestrian route crosses a drive aisle, it wouldn't matter whether the drive aisle was serving for the exiting of the vehicles or the entrance of the vehicles. Both would be covered.
This sounds to me like we're speaking with forked tongue. If the vehicle is entering something, now it's a drive aisle. If it's exiting something, it's not a drive aisle. And
Once again,
I
I'll
understand-
refer you back to the definition of drive aisle, and the last two words in that definition are vehicular exit.
Can I just make a point of clarification that if we are referencing another item to which this definition applies, that we call the attention to those on the phone of the item that we're
I
discussing,
understand.
which I believe we're discussing in conjunction with this definition, item 11B.19, correct?
No, all I was doing was just trying to make aware that this definition that we're about to create affects other items that may be in the code already or that we may be discussing later today. And that's where I'm trying to fit this new definition. So this new definition as written doesn't sit well with me. I'm having a difficulty with it. But, again, if you and the collaboration has looked at it for all issues, I'll go with the flow, and if there's problems, we can change it next year, or 2 years. But thank you very much for your clarification.
Just for point of reference, we agreed to do this in order. It doesn't mean that we can't ask questions to go into a technical portion that's coming, so we better understand the scoping. We wanted to do scoping, but as Mr. Kaiser says, the definitions, you're relying on two definitions to cover something when it may not be necessary, and the vehicular entrance is an issue. Until you get to 19 and you read it with the intent that it provides the opportunity for a curb ramp, it wouldn't be permitted. So, this is, so where are we at here? We've done public, everything, we're ready to go, right?
Yes.
Questions, any other questions? Mr. Gibbons?
Proposed for what might be defined as what hazards in the future, what you're going to define hazards as on the circulation paths? A little more clearance on that?
No, if the items in our proposal are adopted into the code, we will have removed then the most contentious example of the word hazardous, and that being hazardous vehicular areas, because of all of the numerous comments that we've received over the past many years, decades. The intent here is a clarification intent. Where hazard is going to be remaining in the code will be typically in those areas that protect against hazards that we see in Division 3. For example, overhead hazards, projections from adjacent surfaces, and so on. So no, we haven't taken any additional effort to define hazards with regard to those remaining.
Okay. Good, Mr. Gibbons?
Follow-up question, you just mentioned overhead objects, so would there be contention that you could use truncated domes to prevent somebody from walking into an overhead staircase instead of a cane-detectable barrier?
No, there's no suggestion at all.
That would be a hazard on a circulation path, though, correct?
Certainly it would.
Could be interpreted that that could be used to do that.
I don't believe so.
Now, if it's to remove hazards on a circulation path, okay.
Okay, any other comments for staff? Yes, sir.
I have a question to DSA. On the definition of driveway, vehicular entrance to a facility may cross a sidewalk in which has a sloped apron and flares on the sides where the users of the sidewalk are assuming that they can continue down the sidewalk. As opposed to that, perhaps like a larger parking lot facility would not necessarily have the sidewalk continue through, the asphalt would continue through. Your definition of driveway, does it include both, or is it meant to be one or the other? I guess I would feel more comfortable if there was some definition, because I think different things then apply, for example, truncated domes and that kind of thing. If we knew if the driveway was limited to vehicular crossings of sidewalks, or if it also included vehicular ways that where the asphalt continues from the street on into the parking facility.
Well, the definition of driveway as proposed does indicate that it provides access between a public way and a building, a parking facility, or other off-street areas. So that can be reconstructed for understanding as providing access between a public way and a building, between a public way and a parking facility, or between a public way and other off-street areas. Once you get beyond those connections provided by the driveway and into a parking area, for example, then at that point, that's where the term drive aisle would be most applicable, because then we see that it connects the entrances, the parking stalls, and so on.
What I hear you saying is it's both. It doesn't matter whether the car is physically crossing a sidewalk that continues on, or if the sidewalk stops, goes down some sort of a curb transition, crosses that access. The driveway is could be either one of them.
As long as it's crossing a vehicle space that is providing access between the public way and the other elements, then yes, it wouldn't matter what location that occurs.
Would this scoping language apply to a public sidewalk constructed outside of the right-of-way of the property that is crossing, for instance, I'm coming off of a public street into a driveway and into the parking structure. I have no jurisdiction and no capability to modify or deal with that sidewalk.
In the subsequent section that we'll be reviewing shortly, and that is item 11B.19, proposed section 11B 250, we do provide an exception for locations where sidewalks and walks in the public right-of-way cross driveways without yield or stop traffic control. And in that case, then compliance with the section 11B 250 would not be required. It does not address locations that are outside of the public right-of-way and within the boundary of the site.
See my point, though, when you say between a public way, you're going to start to get into some discussion. Okay, anything else? Open for public comment on these items. No, wait a second, we've already done that, haven't we? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is the problem with discussing things twice. I'm sorry, folks. So, question on the motion, for a motion?
We need to back up. This is Kaiser. Motion to approve item 2.05 as submitted.
Seconded by Mr. Gibbons. Discussion? Action on the motion, approve 2.05.
What definition is that?
This is
for
detectable warnings.
Okay. Action on the motion. All those in favor to approve?
Aye.
Opposed? Item 2.06 and 2.07. Motion?
Kaiser, motion to approve items 2.06 and items 2.07 as submitted.
I'll second.
Discussion on the motion?
The only discussion I think I can offer is that everything we've already mentioned and talked through, I think you can see that these, not these, but at least the drive aisle definition may need to be relooked at, rethought, and refined. But for now, let's go with it.
All those in favor of the motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Mr. Gibbons is no. Motion passes. 2.06, 2.07 are disposed of. Let's see here. Where are we? Time-wise. 2 o'clock, 4:30.
We have 3 more definitions.
You want to drop down to those now? Deanie? Is it appropriate from DSA's point of view to understand the technical portions that are coming for us to deal with the definitions as DE below now? Or put them off, take care of the detectable? Is there anything that ties those together? To the detectable warning discussion?
These are terms that will be utilized in the various scoping and technical provisions for detectable warnings. These definitions have been amended, but generally are amended for clarity and aren't substantially changing the meaning of the terms.
I would state that the scoping provision should be discussed, which would be items 11B18 and 11B19, and then moving forward, would you agree, Derek, there isn't substantial change to the other technical items? It's more for clarification, right? That the scoping is really...
Scoping is certainly the biggest part of
Right.
this issue. We do have other technical requirements, especially around curb ramps, but I think that scoping would be the first step in reviewing these.
So it would be item 11B18 and 11B19.
Okay, let's go ahead, that'll take care of, I know Gene has a comment on that too. So 11B18 and 11B19.
Okay, so first 11B18, this was the section that I was referencing earlier that is striking in its entirety the current language in 11B 247.1.2.5 regarding detectable warnings at hazardous vehicular areas, and replacing that language with new language that addresses blended transitions and the detectable warnings located there.
Thank you. Now, before we do this, let's try and make sure we get all of our questions to staff, and then we'll open it up so we don't have to do that duplication thing here, so as best we can. So, questions for staff? Mr. Kaiser?
It appears to me that earlier comment by Mr. Lozano and others, with changing this changing this scoping requirement and making this only applicable to blended transitions, we are losing the pedestrian protection at flush transitions. That's what I see here.
I'd like to just follow up on that.
If that is a question to DSA, then I would just point out that the definition of blended transition is going to address that connection. So, if adopted, the blended transition definition would read, a raised pedestrian crossing, depressed corner, or similar connection that has a grade of 5% or less between a circulation path at the level of the sidewalk or walk and the level of a vehicular way. So I believe that covers what is generally described as flush transitions.
I'd just like to follow up with Mr. Kaiser. This is Dawn Anderson, and I'm just wondering, you're using flush transitions in the next item, 11B19, in two locations. So you are using blended transition and flush transition in the same section for scoping. And yet you've said that there's no difference, or I'm confused. So I'm looking specifically at 11B-250, where you have flush transitions shall not be permitted, blah, 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 and then you go on in item number 6, flush transitions between circulation paths. What's the difference between a flush transition and a blended transition as we look in item number 11B.18?
Well, a blended transition is quite specific. First of all, it has a grade of 5% or less, and that it addresses the connection between the circulation path at the level of the walk or sidewalk and the level of the vehicular way. A flush transition is in essence, it's a description of geometry. It's a description of the geometry between one element and another element, and that their transition is flush. This concept is utilized in discussing grade breaks around curb ramps, or grade breaks at curb ramps. So it's more of a descriptive term, whereas blended transition is an element in and of itself, and it's very strictly defined as proposed. So that's why when we see in subsequent items where the requirement, or in this item, 11B 247.1.2.5, where we do have a blended transition, we'll need to go back to the definition, make sure that we are talking about the right element, and then apply the requirements for detectable warnings there.
And I have to, again, I think show my concern or disagreement, however you want to look at it, but sitting here reading through two different dictionaries, the term flush doesn't fit. And so I'm concerned. This appears, I understand what we're doing, and it's great. We need to get rid of this term hazardous vehicular area. But I don't think I think you've done it, but I think we've left a loophole.
Describe the nature of the loophole that you're concerned about?
If it's not a blended transition by definition, we don't require any pedestrian protection.
Curb ramps will require pedestrian protection at a separate, in section 11B 250, under item 11B.19, we'll certainly discuss extensively the separation between vehicle and pedestrian areas, and the location of detectable warnings in some cases.
I'm going to echo a little bit what Mr. Kaiser's word. I think part of the thing that throws me off was when we put in blended transition the last time, because this is current code language. We say raised. And as we continue to go through this, that term raised sort of starts to make us makes me a little nervous that we are going to have to then look to 250 to address things that are flush. At the Home Depot, when you come out, there's a big long pathway there, it's flush with the pavement coming out. That's going to have detectable warning surfaces under 250. But when you look at blended transition as it goes under the definition, one would think I don't have to because it's raised. So I think
it depends on the details of the construction there. If the driveway raises up to the level of the walk, then that would be consistent with blended transition. If the walk and the driveway, if the walk's been depressed, it could just be a slope of 1 in 20 or less, and in that case, that would be covered by 11B 250. Yeah.
And I don't, like I said, I don't think there's a loophole. I think there is a confusion point, because you're going to have to drop off of the definition and go directly to, when you have a flush situation, as I said, you would have to assume that you're going to apply 250. It's not a blended transition anymore. So that is how I'm going to get over this hump. Mr. Lozano?
I guess I'm becoming more confused because it seems like if we use the blended definition rather than flush, then we have a corner of the full radius that's at least a 1 to 5, and yet, or less, then they might not need detectable warnings when they are needed. So I guess I've perceived flush and blended as interchangeable. And I have starting to get concerns about the subtle differences without a definition of flush then, being, as Mr. Kaiser was suggesting earlier. So I don't think it's the intention to eliminate detectable warnings at what are blended transitions, but it may be interpreted that way.
To restate that, I think you meant flush transitions.
Yeah, flush, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser?
The second part of what I never got to, because we're hung up on this, but this term blended transitions and the technical provisions of blended transitions already exists under 11B 406. The requirement for detectable warnings to be provided at blended transition already exists in the code. So if we eliminate this whole paragraph, the new stuff you want to add is already in the code, is duplicative, and we don't need it. Because under curb ramps, the term blended transition is already used and already requires detectable warnings to be used.
But I think we added.
If we are to compare the current language for Section 11B 247 with the language that we see in the technical requirements for curb ramps, yes, in the case of parallel perpendicular curb ramps, in the case of cut-throughs, in just about all of the cases where detectable warnings are required, yes, we have scoping under 11B 247, and we have the technical requirements in 11B 406, typically.
So no, I mean, that doesn't hold water, because what you could do is simply delete this whole paragraph. It's unnecessary then, is what you're saying, because blended transitions and the requirement for detectable warnings associated with them already exist in the code.
Correct, but I believe, to be specific, item 11B.19 requires raised circulation paths with exception. Blended transitions are covered when blended transitions happen, but this is a positive requirement to understand that pedestrian areas and vehicular areas are best served by being physically separated with a curb.
I understand. However, under 11B18, the only thing that you are proposing is a heading called blended transitions. Then the text following it says the blended transitions shall have detectable warnings. Well, that's unnecessary. Like I say, it already exists in the code. You haven't accomplished what we've set out to do here, in my opinion. Because it already exists in the code. No reason to have it under 11B 247 and under 11B 406.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Gibbons.
But from what you just said too, also, that it's best served between vehicular areas and pedestrian areas. This deals with hazardous vehicular areas, which is very specific, But then, when we use this and you're adding changing the term blended transitions shall have detectable warnings. Well, when you change to blended transitions, then we go to blended transitions, it says specifically crossing, raised pedestrian crossing, circulation path, walk. We go to walk. Walk says an exterior prepared surface for pedestrian use including pedestrian areas such as plaza and courts, as differentiated from the definition of sidewalk. That could include grass areas, it can include decomposed granite, literally any walking path could be considered to be, any type of a surface, and then you could be required truncated domes on that transition between grass and another area. I mean, it's
Well,
so
for
open
clarity,
for
is-
interpretation.
Is your focus in that comment, on the prepared surface portion?
It's one of the concerns, yes. Uh-huh.
'Cause I'm just seeking to understand your comment more precisely. And if that's one of the one of the portions that you're concerned with, it's good to know, good for us to know.
Okay, because, yeah, there isn't anything that specifies that it's a concrete walkway or anything. It's a prepared surface. And, and then the term circulation path makes it anything, not even not just even an accessible route. Anywhere you're at. So this position for blended transition could mean you'd be putting truncated domes. It's huge. I don't see it being specifically for between vehicular areas or literally taking care of the issue where there's a hazard, a specifically addressed hazard that you're trying to prevent somebody from dealing with. And it really needs to be clear on that, because we don't just want to strew these everywhere. That's the problem we have right now, is that it's not specific enough to provide the kind of safety that we really want it to have. I'm not against truncated domes. I'm against the way they're being applied right now. I don't think the code language is specific enough, and that's being proven in the field, which is why we're dealing with this issue. Before we change it, I'd just like to make sure what we're doing.
I can just add one quick thing on that, though. When we look at a blended transition, the concept is we're going to apply detectable warning surfaces where it's adjacent or involving a vehicular way, correct?
Yes, that's inherent in the
So
definition.
again, we would not, there's nothing in these regulations or the definitions that would lead us to provide detectable warning surfaces where a walkway or a blended transition crossed a grass, as I read it.
Not aware of any that would require.
That's the
detectable
way I would
warning
read it, but, Mr. Gibbons' point is to make sure that you're looking at it closely enough to make sure that that doesn't happen. Okay, let's open public comment. I know Mr. Zelmer.
We have to take a break pretty soon.
I know, but I'd like to get this done. You're going to be okay, Mike, for about 10 minutes? Huh? 10 minutes. Mr. Zelmer, be quick. Please.
He wants to talk about circulation paths, remind me.
My name is Bill Zelmer. I'm an architect and a certified access specialist. I work for Sutter Health in the department that does design and construction of all of our buildings.
Excuse me, hold on one second. Mr. Kaiser just reminded me of something. I know your card is for 250. Do you want to address these definitions that we're dealing with, which are also apply? Are we?
Would be 18.
Right, and 19, we're still dealing with those two together, 18 and 19.
Those are not the definitions.
Yeah, I'm just, you want to know where you're at, okay? Yeah. All right. We're on 18 and 19. Okay, please, go ahead.
So the first thing I want to do is kudos to DSA and the ACC. I think they've done an outstanding job. I agree with 13,000 things that they've done right. There's one thing I wanted to bring up today where we do have an issue. The issue that we have is with the rewrite with 11B-250.1, the circulation path. The particular issue that we have is that we would be, as I read it, required to create a curb between the places where the cars are and the places where the pedestrians are. And that's a problem for us, and I'll explain why. During the past 10 years, Sutter Health has done a ton of work doing accessibility compliance barrier removal work. We've had 24 hospitals and several hundred clinics and medical office buildings that we've done barrier removal work in. A lot of it is exterior. We've had 30 to 40 different architects which in kind of a nice way has given us a laboratory to see what works and what doesn't work. So what we've found, a lot of those architects out there that we've hired don't like detectable warnings, understandably. So they've redesigned the entry to our buildings to put a curb in, that way they don't have to put the detectable warnings. And what we've found is two problems have come out of that. The first is that we have patient struggles. So we have, of course, as healthcare facilities, people that are recovering from various ailments, cancer treatment, surgery, coming out of anesthesia and such. When they approach a curb, they may or may not see it and may struggle just getting up that one step. For them, it is a real issue. The second issue is actual injuries, and it's been with great irony that we find ourselves as a healthcare provider where people come for treatment, they come to our property, and then they get injured. So beyond the humor in that, I have to say there are quite serious implications, however, in some cases up to and including a fatality, where somebody tripped on a curb, fell forward, wasn't able to catch themselves with their arms, hit their head just the wrong way, and it was a fatality. So the conclusion I have of this, if I was king of the world and I could design all of our buildings the way I want to, we would have a straight and level path from the parking area right into the front door with no steps. We'd put detectable warnings across left to right so that we cover the sight impaired issue, and we would put a series of bollards across that keeps the cars out of the pedestrian area. That's what I would do, and as I'm reading this, we won't be allowed to do that on new projects. That's all I have. Thank you.
Over. Thank you, sir. Open,
Mr. Zellner, please. Quickly, Mr. Zellner, do you believe that this text could be enhanced if it was exclusive to the public way?
I'm not sure. I would love to see it reworked, and I imagine there's a way that they can do it to make it work to satisfy us, yeah.
any questions from Mr. Zellmer?
I do. Did you happen to know, well, I'm sure you did, but doesn't exception number 5 take care of your consideration or your concerns?
I don't have exception 5 in front of me.
Exception number 5 is alterations to existing facilities. Detectable warnings may be used in lieu of.
Yeah, so for our existing facilities, yes. As we move forward and we build new buildings, I'm going to have a problem with that.
Got it. Thank you.
This is a serious issue, doing healthcare facilities. There is a very large exclamation mark on my package for this. Other comments from Mr. Lozano?
First thing, are we talking about right now item 1119? I'm really...
Yes, sir.
Okay, we've moved over there. Okay. Then I guess primarily when we are talking about a raised circulation path, I have understood it to now that a raised circulation path was basically an elevated sidewalk or walkway, whatever it might be called, and where I was recommending myself a curb was because it's elevated, it's going to have a curb one way or another, but getting into specifics, which you all have there. But I believe in the detectable warning task force. That never was suggested, and I don't think I heard staff saying outlining the pathway with a sidewalk, and we all had agreed bollards don't work at all because yes, it might stop a car going a level sidewalk or a walkway with a walkway, but a person who's blind with a cane can unintentionally walk between it, and a guide dog is trained to work you around, away from the device, so you don't even know that there's even a bollard there. So for a clarification, a raised circulation path is the equivalent to like a public sidewalk, is that correct? Rather than outlining a walkway with a curb?
It would apply to both under proposed section 11.250.
Outlining with a curb is considered a raised circulation pathway.
Maybe I should ask for a little bit of clarification on the term you used, outlining a curb. I don't understand that.
Well, it sounds like when I'm hearing curb, I'm hearing, and the gentleman that just spoke, it sounded like you have a walkway at the same level as a vehicular way, but the only distinction, physical separation, is a curb that might be 12 inches wide, maybe 6 inches high, and that's the separation, but you're either way, but that's the only kind of barrier. Where my understanding and what I thought I heard from my peers was, we're talking about an honest goodness sidewalk that is raised with, that might even have a gutter and curb, well, of course it'd have a curb, but the thing, not something that's just outlined, wheel stops or a solid continuous line of a curb without a raised sidewalk adjacent to it.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the clarification on this. No, I want to retract my comment earlier. No, this section 11B 250 is not intended to apply to solitary curbs used as barriers.
Sidewalk that is a raised sidewalk with a curb that's just like a regular sidewalk would be?
Generally, circulation path, as defined, is going to tell us that it's an accessible or non-accessible prepared exterior or interior way of passage provided for pedestrian travel, including but not limited to walks, sidewalks, hallways, courtyards, elevators, platform lifts, ramps, stairways, and landings. And so a curb, I think in your example you had indicated approximately 6 inches high and 12 inches wide. That would not be consistent, I think, with being provided for pedestrian travel. That element is actually being provided for some other reason.
That's exactly what I thought the last few months that we've been all talking about. And so I was a little concerned that maybe there was being interpreted as to what is a raised circulation path, which may be just a continuous line of solid curb, and the walkway or circulation pathway and the vehicular way are at the same level, or using wheel blocks or any other things. So
Let me ask a question to staff. Mr. Zellmer posed a commonly used technique at healthcare facilities.
So,
Have zero curb conditions. We run across the entire front of the drop-off area. It might be 100 feet wide, flush with the pavement. A person gets out of their car. They either are in their own chair or they are use a transport chair, and they go to the front door. It's a flush transition, and we routinely put detectable warning surface across that entire 100 feet, 3 feet deep. Are you telling me that's not acceptable under this provision? Because that's the way I read it. I don't see an exception that tells me I can do that.
go ahead.
And we're looking at 11V 250.1. Exception 1 would probably address that condition.
Doesn't cross the drive aisle, it's adjacent to it.
If the detectable warnings are there, are we saying that the detectable warnings are only there to
They are there to identify the fact that there is a hazard to somebody coming out from the hospital that would not recognize they were going to go into the vehicular way, driveway, whatever, hazardous vehicular way is what we used to call it. And that is the purpose of it. What I read in this is that It requires a physically separated from vehicular traffic. And unless you are saying that we can interpret the detectable warning surface as providing a physically separated item, I don't see that we have the opportunity to do what I described.
Okay, well, in addition to the uses, I think that you described, where you have a flush condition between the drive aisle and the walking surface, it's also being provided as flush to facilitate crossing, or at least entering into the drive aisle. And so I think that you are actually probably covered under exception 1. So a raised circulation path would not be required, but if it took the form of a blended transition, for example, then you're going to provide detectable warnings there.
Well, it's a very wide blended transition, yes.
It is. That is right.
I don't disagree with that approach, if that's how we have to get to there, but I think what you're starting to see is what happens as we get into special, not necessarily even specialized, but specific kinds of applications on this, that the language may not be as clear as it should be. So I'm hoping you're hearing what Mr. Zellmer and I are presenting to you as ways to clarify language as we go forward. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Zellmer? I sort of stepped into the public
No,
comment here for a
I think
second.
that covers it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. On the line, public comment? We got to get Mark.
You have one question remaining.
Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, Will Railing, and I'm limiting this comment to proposal 11B.18, and perhaps Mr. Shaw or staff can respond to this. As someone who's a member of the public, not technically trained, not a lawyer, the rationale statements, the ISOR is very useful, and for this proposal, the ISOR has a very clear statement that it's not actually changing the current conditions under which detectable warnings would be required. It says, proposed language is intended to include requirements for detectable warnings at all locations covered by the current language for hazardous vehicle areas. So in light of this discussion, I would just appreciate hearing from Mr. Shaw or other staff that they stand by that statement of intent, and that this change in putting in a new definition of blended transition would actually fulfill that statement of intent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Public comment?
You have one question remaining.
Please go ahead.
Just curious, when we say it's going to be a raised walkway, is there going to be any kind of differentiation what that could be? I mean, it could be an 1/8-inch raised walkway, which kind of doesn't get you a whole lot. So that's something I think we should maybe look at. And then the other question was, when you're in an existing facility and you're going to put truncated domes along, on the walkway, if the walkway's kind of out in the middle of nowhere and you have a 4-foot wide walkway, you're going to have a full length of truncated domes, and how does that really work? And then the other question is, too, when it says separate, because I know what people wind up doing is they take the driveway or drive aisle and they wind up putting the truncated domes along the side and saying that's the pedestrian way, when in fact that pedestrian way is in the drive aisle. And is that going to be still allowed? So those were my comments.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other comment, public comment?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, close public comment. Mr. Kaiser.
I think my question goes back to staff because of the last public comment. What's raised? What is raised? Could it be a 1/4 of an inch? Currently we don't even have a definition of a curb height because that's a function of water surface flow. But I'm kind of curious as to what you consider raised, and how do I enforce, what do I enforce?
Generally, in our enforcement jurisdiction, when we are considering curb heights and whether they communicate adequately the presence of a transition from a walking surface or pedestrian area to a vehicle area, I think that our practice is to recognize a 3-inch minimum height curb as providing that communication.
Interesting. I, as a building official, have always considered 6 inches the minimum. I know a neighboring jurisdiction that says 4 inches. We've left a door open here.
Well, just to add a little bit to this, though, just in one moment, Gene, we do have a requirement, because first of all, I think we keep saying curb. Time out. We've lost our stenographer. I'm sorry. Time out for 10 minutes.
We couldn't do it.
Sorry, Mike, that was my fault.
10 minutes and 30.
I'm sorry.
And it's going to be another 15 minutes.
I just have a wheelchair question. So I heard that.
Okay, folks. Let's see, Ms. Chung, not yet. Well, we're waiting for Ms. Chung to get back.
If at all
One
possible.
second. So, on 18 and 19, right? And that, just a second, waiting for Ms. Chung. No, I'm waiting for Ms. Chung, we're not discussing it, I'm saying we're waiting. She gets one more minute. Jean's back, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, we still got, okay, here we go. Okay. Fingers ready, Mike? Looking good? All right. So we had concluded our public comment on 18 and 19, and we were taking a break to save Mike. So we're back at this stage. We're ready to take a motion on 18 and 19.
I'd like to make a motion.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Pam. Mr. Lozano?
I think I heard Mr. Shaw saying that from DSA's looks at a minimum 3-inch curb as being a raise, not a curb, elevation difference. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but anyway, just so it's on the record, 3 inches is a tripping hazard for most people, but let's just my focus, the blind and low vision, and that's where and why I suggested in my public comments a 6-inch curb attached to a raised sidewalk. So it's like the public's, like a regular sidewalk. And that is a height that most people, without using a curb ramp or a blended transition, can transverse. And so I think we need to define that some way raised, whether it's 6 inches or so forth, some discussion. And I assume that's going to be ruled as being another code cycle, even though this is all brand-new language. And that's the reason I think the design, the type of curb used, and why I cross-reference it to the bus and loading zone citation that I believe DSA got from Caltrans for a curb that is vertical, slightly sloped, maximum of 35 degrees vertical. And but 3-inch is hazardous. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. So, a motion to deal with items 18 and 19.
I'd like to make a motion to disapprove 18 and 19.
And to disapprove 18 and 19, seconded by Mr. Gibbon. Reason, please.
That
9-point reason.
4 and 8.
Discussion on the motion? Yes, Mr. Lozano.
I'm going to vote against that. I think even if it does not address some of my concerns in my public comment, there's still a lot of merit to it, and we need to move on to making certain that there is safe circulation pathways through parking facilities, particularly parking lots. And so I just feel that we're going to lose a lot of good material that could be put into code, and then we can come back and tinker with another next code cycle if we need to. Thank you.
May I ask a
Thank you,
point
sir.
of clarification? I'm just trying to be very understanding of for Mr. Neerman, perhaps if you can clarify, or the committee, what a disapproval means. Is a disapproval mean that the committee disapproves this and prefers existing language, or?
A disapproval is to the item that's being proposed, so if you accept the disapproval, then it would be whatever currently is in the code before this proposed change was made.
Okay,
Back to the current language.
okay.
And expand on if you accept this.
Well, as you may know, these are recommendations, and the agencies have the option of accepting or not accepting the CAC's recommendation.
Thank you. As the chair, I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, and while I understand the issue that is created by hazardous vehicular, I'm not sure we helped ourselves. All I think all we do is just substitute additional issues. And I am particularly concerned with the points that we've raised. So the idea of issuing it as a disapproval is to really draw attention to that. This is not in the further study suggestions. This is, I believe there are some serious flaws in this.
Another point of clarification, just to be sure. Are we able to make changes with this requirement moving forward? Or if it's disapproval we don't accept, we need to move forward with the language as written?
Well, if you disapprove the recommendation, then you can move forward with the language you have for 45 days if you want to.
Are we able to make further improvements to it? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. If I may address the committee just with a little bit of clarity for 2 minutes. We did not have an opportunity to address our goals for the detectable warning task force that was arranged in our preface and give a little bit of context. And so the only reason why I'm providing this to you right now was to try to give you a little bit of our intent, whether or not we hit the mark. But it was an understanding of clarity of application, removing the subjectiveness of hazardous vehicular way. There was also an understanding that writing some of the provisions that are coming up as not permitted, so that when alterations occurred, we also have the opportunity to remove them in inopportune locations, such as in access aisles where they don't belong. So this was a multi-objective endeavor. And while I admit we did not test this for a specific facility, we acknowledge the difficulty that perhaps at hospitals this can occur, and obviously we'll look at that. So I just wanted to give a little bit of clarity of what the objectives are with the items that are coming up, so you understand that when we're saying they're not permitted somewhere, it's really starting to clean up in our sites where if we look at detectable warnings, it really is the one item addressing accessibility. That overuse of detectable warnings actually is more of a problem. I mean, we can have more accessible toilet stalls and more accessible parking and wider walks, but the more we use detectable warnings, the least access there is, and that's part of the discussion we were trying to address. So understanding the objectives of some of the items that are coming up in the technical provisions, removing them from certain locations, it actually allows when an alteration occurs due to path of travel improvements to get some of those corrected. And I just wanted to put that out there because we're not providing rationale. And it's also, there's still other items coming up with this being approved. They're not necessarily related. I just wanted to be able to address that intent.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, motion All those in favor of the motion to disapprove on item 6? Reason 6?
4. She said 4.
4, I'm sorry.
4 and 8.
4 and 8, thank you. All those in favor of disapproval?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Lozano?
No.
Ms. Chung, did you?
No.
No. So motion passes, disapproval.
A point of order, I'd like to recommend that items 11B.20 and 11B.43 are recommended for further study. And make a motion that those collectively are looked at in further study.
We can't take a motion just yet. We can, I understand your point, but we would want to open the public hearing on those items in their totality, before we take a motion. Would you agree, Mr. Newman?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. I would restate that. I don't believe that as the committee, we could take the agenda and take a motion action on something in the agenda without opening it to public comment.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, so with the pleasure of the committee, the intent, I believe, from the conversation that relates to that, what I hear them in the motion is that there's enough issues associated with detectable warning, technical criteria, that you would think it's all going to be a further study anyway.
I disagree.
Okay? And
I think there's a lot of good code changes forthcoming.
I do too. So I'm probably not going to be too enthused about doing that as a big blanket item. Are there, you've grouped them as 3, 4, and 5.
Additional items is 3 as well? The last
Yeah,
3 items?
yeah. Is that the same grouping you would think would be the right way to go to address these right now?
Yes, I would propose that we address all the DW3s as a group. They are all substantially similar, identical in a lot of cases.
Okay, so just so we can get people on the phone dialed in, Derek, just DW3 is focused, when you say they're all similar, what do they focus on? What's the product application?
Yes, may I also identify the item numbers for the benefit of everybody? Okay, the items that we're referring to as DW3 are a series of proposals that DSA has made and identified as being substantially similar so that they may be heard by the committee in an efficient fashion. These include specifically items 11B.20, and that's for section 11B-304.2, item 11B.21 for section 11B-305.4, 11B.22 for section 11B-404.2.4.4, item 11B.24 for section 11B-405.7.1, item 11B.28 for section 11B-502.4, item 11B.29 for section 11B-503.4, item 11B.30 for section 11B-504.4, item 11B.38 for section 11B-705.1.2.5, item 11B-39 for section 11B-802.1.1, and item 11B-43 for section 11B-812.3.
Is it safe to say, Derek, in the reading I've got on this, that all of those are focused on where we would put detectable warning surfaces, particularly in clear floor space, and work, let's say, pedestrian surfaces, and trying to prohibit them?
The language on each of them is where we would prohibit, and clearly
Right.
prohibit, the location of detectable warnings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so questions from committee to staff on those items? Mr. Kaiser?
What you had just said, I have to disagree with, because there's two items, 11B.29 and 11B.38, that aren't simply the same as all the rest. Example, 11B.29, you have added the term vehicle pull-up spaces to this sentence. We don't use that term currently in the code. We use vehicle loading and unloading zones and access aisles. So that's a new requirement that I have never seen in the code. The other, that was 11B.29, which is 11B.29. The other one, 11B.38, let me get back to that. 11B.38, this is back to our discussion that we just had of eliminating hazardous vehicular areas and inserting blended transitions. Well, we just disapproved that concept and that idea because it's already included in the code. So I have to disagree with your last comment to the chair.
I understand your comment. I agree with your second comment. I erred, and item 11B.38 was miscategorized by us, and so I'd like to withdraw that from consideration in this grouping. However, for item 11B.29, I would note that the term vehicle pull-up space is existing code language, and we're not proposing any changes to that language.
Thank you, I was just corrected on that also.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your in-depth look, though, at that. That was good. So, any other questions for staff from the committee? Ms.
Yes,
Anderson?
I have a question. Thank you. It looks like you're changing the model code language and you're reserving the exception when you're actually just rewording model code language and putting it up into the main body of the paragraph. So the only change that's substantive is "and warnings, and detectable warnings," because "shall not be permitted" is actually already in in the federal model code. It just says shall or shall not be permitted. So what I would like to propose to you, or ask you actually, is why not keep the exception as written in federal model code and just add "and detectable warnings"?
Yeah, I'm going to ask, though, that the content is the same. Now we're editorializing and working on code language.
Yes, but I'm just very cautious about editorializing model code. You're saying the same thing, there's no reason for editorializing. We respect the model code, and having some stuff reserved may require looking at what was reserved. So I'm suggesting that you just add into the model language "and detectable warnings."
Okay, so I think that's a suggestion that staff can take as possibility for how to redraft the statement.
That is
But
a possibility that was considered. in
Okay,
the
so
draft.
Ms. Anderson, do you have concerns on the body of the content with prohibiting detectable warning surfaces in these locations?
I do not have any problem with the detectable warnings, but I do have a problem with editorializing federal model
Okay.
code.
Got it, thank you. Comments, Mr. Lozano?
Yes, with suggestions, I'd like staff to consider, the first thing, was 28 amongst these items? 11B 28, in addition to 11B 29? Okay, then I want to be certain that I'm not talking out of turn. Both of them, having shared it with a few other people, these, since we've discussed these, and then I've heard, and also during the meetings we've had, there's been some questions that have come up about the detectable warnings, where they are or not permitted along the access aisle, and which has been clearly stated, and the attempts here to only require them at the head of the aisle where this joins the circulation path or accessible route, either through a curb ramp or a blended transition with detectable warnings. And I'm asking that you look at the comments I submitted to explain more, clarifying it, because my understanding, the last September meeting we had with constituents, that was something they asked for more clarification just than detectable warnings. And I thought there was going to be some language. And so I'm offering and suggesting that looking at the wording, or at least something there that would really make it clear as to where they're not to be, because we're all in agreement, they're not needed for access aisles with the adjoining parking spaces or the drive aisle, only at the head of the, and I think just saying detectable warnings does not clear that up. It actually just adds to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. Open for public comment. Anybody in the audience? None? Online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Closing public comment. Discussion?
Discussion.
Yeah, question for, yeah.
Is an application in situations where the access aisle is part of the accessible route going across a drive lane from, say, like a public right-of-way where there's a bus station going through a parking area, and then it crosses, where now they're using truncated domes on both sides. These would be now disallowed by this specifically, correct? So,
In the locations within an access aisle? Or
where it's part of the
within
accessible route,
parking, an
not just the
accessible parking
circulation,
space?
yes.
These would be prohibited.
You have to take turns talking because he can't write both.
You can't talk twice.
Same time.
So with our proposals, we would prohibit the location of detectable warnings within access aisles for electric vehicle charging stations or for accessible parking. And really the proper place that we had intended with the package of code change proposals is that the detectable warnings should be located prior to entering into the access aisle, and certainly not a patch of detectable warnings maybe in the drive aisle or at the bottom of the access aisle. The access aisle is very necessary, especially for people who use mobility devices. They're traveling at a zero or extremely low rate of speed, and so the detailed maneuvering to transfer in and out of a vehicle it's necessary to prohibit the detectable warnings there, provide for that maneuverability.
Thank you. Any other questions? Looking for a motion.
Motion to, this is Kaiser, items 11B.20, 11B.21, 11B.22, 11B.24, 11B.28, 11B.29, 11B.30, 11B.39, 11B.43. Approve as submitted.
Go ahead, Dawn.
I'd like to make a remark that 11B.43 is new language and does not follow the pattern of the previous ones. It's all new language added to the code, I believe. 213.
Right.
That being said, there's
No.
real reference with respect to the reservation of exceptions or slopes exceeding 1 per foot.
Already covered under the 2.8 and 2.9 that we just discussed. Gene?
Those on, wait, we have, just a second, excuse me, Gene. We have a motion for those items. Did we get a second? I'll second.
Okay.
Motion is seconded. Gene?
Question and clarification about item 11B43. And you're referring to items 29 and 28 would address it. But those are dealing with parking spaces and vehicle spaces. And as we've heard, that a EV charging station space is a different animal than a parking space, vehicular space. So I'm just wondering whether we should have the language that is in 28 and 29 about the slope and the detectable warning to ensure that it's not missed, because it's a different thing, an electric vehicle charging station space, which is not a parking space.
Just clarification, Gene. You want detectable warnings in vehicle spaces and access aisles?
I'm trying to be consistent with the other items, not to allow them to indicate the separation between.
Okay, no, this does that. Okay, yeah, no, this does that, I believe.
I would agree, because part of our conversation earlier was that if we share an aisle with an EV space, it is the parking space aisle requirements that drive the criteria for that aisle. And so it would prohibit the use of detectable warning surfaces within the access aisle. Is that correct, Derek? Am I remembering?
Yes, the language here would prohibit the detectable warnings within the access aisle. It also prohibits them within the parking space and the electric vehicle charging space. Electric vehicle space, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion is seconded by Wisnant. Discussion on the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve the items listed, which is essentially DW3 grouping. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, way to go, rock and roll. DW4, DSA?
Yes. Okay. The DW4 items, let me just double check here. The DW4 items address our proposed item 11B.36. This is specific to Section 11B-705.1.1.3, and additionally, 11B.36.1, that's specific to existing Section 11B-705.1.1.3. Here we are proposing to address issues around color and contrast of detectable warnings, including clarifying the location for, clarifying the location for them by striking the references to specific locations and instead indicating that all detectable warning surfaces would be required to comply with Section 11B-705.1.1.3.1, which is yellow, federal yellow as we used to call it. And also updating the standard reference there from FS 33538 of Federal Standard 595C, which is no longer being maintained by the federal government, and it's been transferred over to SAE as a similar standard number, SAE AMS standard 595A.
Thank you, Derek. Again, we don't need to try and not get into an extensive rationale summary on that. So questions for staff? Mr. Kaiser, I'm sorry.
Two questions. The first one, in your deleted language that you're proposing, even though we just disapproved one of your proposals of altering the hazardous vehicular areas, need you to take a look at this and make sure we haven't materially damaged this section also for you. I don't think so, but it's something to look at. My bigger concern with this is the exception. Exception number 1, replacement of less than 20% of existing detectable warnings. Well, 20% of existing, if it was legal or illegal, 20% of what may still be existing, the rest may have fallen off. There's a game that contractors will play here. And as an enforcement official, I can tell you this is going to be a problem. Less than 20% needs to be clarified. Less than 20% of maybe the code required minimum would be a good way to approach this, but not 20% of existing. Could be illegal already. They could have an abundantly more detectable warning surface than what they're required. But if they try to reduce it to more than 20%, now it's going to cause them, you can see the problem I've got here. So those are my two questions for you on this one, just to look at. I think you can handle this in a short-term issue.
Thank you.
And as a question, I'm happy to respond.
Ms. Anderson.
I'd like to support Mr. Kaiser's position, and then also a question, the additive in the top. I appreciate the deletions you've suggested, but I'm wanting to know why the additive language, when I thought the other language was perfectly fine. I'm not sure why it was added. What clarity does it provide?
Of the additional language proposed in 11B 705.1.1.3?
Yes.
Comply with this section?
What additional clarity does that provide when you're supposed to comply with that section to be accessible?
So the current sentence reads, "The material used to provide visual contrast shall be an integral part of the surface." The visual contrast is not the key element here, because in transitioning to requiring yellow in all locations, it sets aside the issue of contrast.
I appreciate the deletions.
So the additions are necessary to no longer refer to the contrast here, but instead to just simply say comply with this section. That's standard nomenclature in many parts of the code. And then to make more specific the word surface by adding the terms detectable warning. So it's detectable warning surface we're talking about here.
Thank you. Mr. Gibbons?
I remember when we changed this before, and all of the talk that went on about it, and there were a lot of people that came in from the industry in regards to the color change. And one of the issues was, we went ahead and we changed this, and also too at the same time, the concrete industry came forward and presented documentation that you can't make a 20% color contrast. It was impossible. And even if you could, because it was outside and it was weathered, within a couple of weeks, the 20% contrast wouldn't be viable anymore anyway. But it got passed besides that, and that hasn't changed. But the thing that I'm concerned with most is that I was just at a hotel at LAX, and they had a huge swath around their entire building that was black truncated domes. And this is going to make these people that have got coloring all over the place differently no longer be legal, and they're going to be having to tear out stuff that's a perfectly good surface for detectable warning surface other than the color. And you allowed that. We allowed that just not that long ago, and now we're going to turn around and make another change to truncated domes, which is completely different than the original time when it got adopted in the first place. It's just another change to detectable warnings that's, I don't think it's really warranted.
Thank you. Mr.
I understand.
Lozano, I'm sorry, were you finished?
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lozano?
Yeah, I am in support of the section. I have some concerns about the exception, but Mr. Givens' comment about is this, what you were giving an example, the black detectable warnings, was that at the loading area, flush transition?
It was around the entire structure where there was a zero curve.
Okay, so that was out of compliance when they put in the black. It should have been the yellow to begin with. So they are at fault for that.
No, that wasn't compliant.
It's from,
It wasn't a hazardous vehicular area, it distinguishes a hazardous vehicle crossing.
I think,
okay, anyway, I won't debate that. Don't worry, Mr. Chairman, I won't. That makes no sense at all. But the thing is, I was just, rather than repeating everything everyone's heard, seen in writing, can you tell me any comments to those suggestions I made, which again, I prefaced that they were my attempt because of some things that, and I had shared with you that I was just, were troubling me, and I tried to put it down in words there and put the arguments. And I was wondering if you had an opportunity to review them and have some comment about it.
Yes, I have your comments right here on section 11B 705.1.
Yeah.
1.3. And exceptions are, your proposal is to replace both of our proposed exceptions 1 and 2 with a series of 4 new exceptions. The first one...
Excuse me to interrupt. Number 2 exception, I just moved it up. It's a word for word what you had. It's number 1 now. That's all. That's the only thing. No problem with what your exception 2 was. It was exception 1, which I broke into 3.
Okay. Yes,
So
exception 1 is very similar to the
Derek,
drafted exception 2.
excuse me, Derek. Again, the proposed changes to the language that you've made are, reasonable for DSA to consider, but we don't want to get into discussing the code change language. So if you want to summarize DSA's position on whether those are reasonable, you can accommodate them, something like that, I think that's fine, but I think it'd be just like us, again, sitting up here trying to write code. So don't get too far off track here.
I have worked with Mr. Lozano for many, many years. I find him to be a very reasonable person, and I believe his comments are consistently reasonable. Not only these, but also throughout the many comments that he provides on behalf of California Council of the Blind. In quick summary of his comments, he has attempted to address the language which identifies that trigger point which would trigger replacement of the entire section of detectable warnings at a location. This is something that we can certainly look at and consider. I'm not ready at this point to say that we will incorporate this directly into our proposal.
Very good, thank you. Any other comments?
One more.
Anderson?
Just for clarity, the first section, detectable warning surfaces shall be integral part of the detectable warning surface. And that's, we take out the exclusions and the references to the other sections. That's basically what it's saying, because the material is referring to detectable warning surfaces. So the detectable warning surfaces shall be an integral part of the detectable warning surfaces. I guess that, I just wanted to stress the fact that I think what you're trying to say is the surrounding surfaces.
I don't see that language that you're referring to in item 11B.36.
Could ask that the comments in time are really addressing what we're trying to achieve as opposed to rewriting code language. I would really appreciate it.
We aren't.
Because we have many more comments to get to.
We aren't prepared to address language, okay? Thereabouts. So let's open public comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Chung.
Hi, I'll be quick. My remark is with regards to the naming of the word yellow. So if I go to the respective standard, SAE AMS Standard 595A, number 33538 labels it as orange yellow, and then the color that's named yellow is numbered 23655. And I acknowledge that the original language says yellow, but when we're referencing this and we're looking to the AMS standard, my recommendation is to use consistent naming language for the colors in question. Thanks.
Okay, open public comment. Ms. Reyes?
Tasha Reyes for Disability Rights California. I'll make two brief points. One is that we strongly support using the color yellow for the reasons stated in the ISOR, for the reasons stated in California Council of the Blind's comments. And we also wanted to echo comments from California Council of the Blind and here on this committee today, questions regarding the clarity of that 20% exception. And we appreciate that DSA is willing to look at California Council on the Blind's suggestions on how to word those exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment online?
You have one question remaining.
Go ahead, please.
Terry McLean, Architect Castleton. On the exceptions, I'm wondering if the blended transitions on those existing ones should be allowed to stay as well, because that's not listed there. And then the second question is actually what happens when it's a path of travel requirement? Is it still allowed to stay at that point, or does path of travel kick in, replacing them to yellow if they're not already yellow? That's not clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So, blended transitions, assuming that that is the equivalent to curb ramps, sounds like that might be covered there in that term, but what do you talk about the path of travel? You want to respond to the public comment, please?
I would like to say the application first of 11B 247.1.2.5, which addresses hazardous vehicular areas and the requirements as the location of which Mr. Gibbons indicated is the reason for our proposed change. Others, you know, the hazardous vehicular area part is not code language that's enforceable. It is the actual code language that follows it. So if that walked adjoined a vehicular way, it would require to be yellow. However, code enforcement entities do take into consideration the hazardous part, and ergo why we have this issue. So we are trying to correct for consistency, and so our exceptions here do not address that hazardous vehicular way, because blended transitions in the code right now are required to be yellow if in actual application, though it can be misconstrued.
Thank you.
We're trying to correct
Okay.
that.
Close. Anybody else on public line?
You have one question remaining.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Will Railing. Just wanted to support factually that this has been the source of much confusion, and in particular the hazardous vehicle way section, which is, of course, going to remain in the code for now. So we support this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else sign on?
You have 0 questions
Okay.
remaining.
Close public comment. Need a motion.
Kaiser, Item 11B.36 and 11B.36-1 move forward for further study, and hopefully can get this through the next couple months.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of further study?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Bono opposed. Further study?
What did I decide? Number 6, still a little vague.
Okay, DW 5.
Okay. So the next items we'd like to present are listed under DW5, Detectable Warnings 5. And these are items 11B.37, 11B.37.1, 11B.37.2, 11B.37.3, and 11B.37.4. These all address sections or subsections under CBC Section 11B.705.1.2.2. And very briefly, we are clarifying the location, the standard required location for detectable warnings at parallel curb ramps. We are reconfiguring the paragraphs here, the section numbers, and we are additionally adding new language that addresses what's kind of a new concept to the building code around parallel curb ramps. And that being to require provision of a space at the turning space for parallel curb ramps, to require a portion of that space is maintained free of detectable warnings to facilitate passage of people who use mobility devices without the need for them to travel over a series of detectable warnings. And we've addressed two different configurations with one entrance or exit point or two entrance or exit points.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, 320. Questions of staff. Ms. Anderson?
Just needing some clarification, your section 11B-705.1.2.2.1, which is item number 37-1, is that entirely a new code section? Because I don't see it in the current code, and so it would be notated as new language, and it's not right now? And I just wanted clarification.
Section you're referring to, please?
Yes, 11B-705.1.2.2.1, titled Perpendicular Curb Ramps.
The section number is new. The language that follows the section number and the title is existing language, including the exception which we're proposing to strike.
So the new language, though, are the parallel curb ramps and the one exit, one.
But is it new language for that section?
The new language takes the language from the exception regarding parallel curb ramps, strikes a portion of it, and moves a portion of it down into the new section to the code, 11B-705.1.2.2.2.
Thank you. Mr. Kaiser?
What you didn't pick up, and it may have just been a error, under the exception that you're eliminating or deleting, there's another sentence. Where did that go to?
That sentence is shown at the bottom of section 11B-705.1.2.2.2, parallel curb ramps. It's the last sentence that has no underline.
So detectable warnings don't need to extend the full width in perpendicular curb ramps?
The last sentence in the new section 11B 705.1.2.2.2 on parallel curb ramps does indicate that
Yes.
detectable warning shall extend the
Yes,
full width.
I saw that. You
Okay.
just said that. However, under perpendicular curb ramps, now we no longer have that language that, that extends the full width. Is that correct?
No, the existing language that's not proposed for any amendment at all, it's going to be retained. It's the second sentence under perpendicular curb ramps. It says detectable warning shall extend the full width of the ramp less 2 inches maximum on each side. No changes to that.
I think what he's trying to do is we have it struck as we normally do. And so adding that clarity that the notation of adopted language and canceled language may be something that we need to clarify with building standards, but the intent of the language as written, whether or not we've crossed out the other one, is if you're looking.
Okay. Oh,
Just a matter of,
okay. Yeah, I think okay, thank you. The other part of this that I'm having a concern with is this new section just below that of this one entrance exit point section. We got terms here, I'm not sure what an exit point is, what an entrance, what one entrance is. And sitting here playing with all kinds of diagrams and figures of my own, trying to determine how this would be applicable, I see all kinds of loopholes in just this concept. I understand what you're trying to do, but this looks like one of these sentences, and I actually made myself a little note here. It looks like we're trying to over-regulate something, and we're just making ourselves a heck of a note we're getting ourselves into. I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish here with this whole one entrance, one exit point, these two sections, and all the exceptions and everything else. Help me out here.
Sure, happy to do so. Okay, so remembering that this language addresses parallel curb ramps, a typical parallel curb ramp has two downslopes that come down to a generally level turning space. Okay? Now, that turning space, in our language, provides an entrance-exit point. Now, from that turning space, you've got the two downslopes, and then you can enter or exit that turning space at the third side of that, okay? So, in the case where you can have one entrance to the turning space, exclusive of the downslopes, then that would be one entrance or exit point. Now, some parallel curb ramps will allow you to exit two ways, okay? Where, for example, if you have an accessible route or circulation path that is between two rows of parked cars, and you want to allow the users to turn out of the parallel curb ramp either to the left or to the right to get into access aisles, typically, then you would have two entrance-exit points. Okay, the figures will help, and they're under development right now, but at the time that we submitted this package, they had not been completed.
That's the sketch I drew. Now, and that's what you're going to prohibit, DW, we would have detectable warning surface required in what you call what we would typically call a landing, you're calling it an entry-exit point, either a 1 or a 2, right? So,
well, we require them currently on the turning space. We would continue to require them on the turning space.
but you're going to add additional dimension so that the entire surface is not required to be occupied with detectable warning surface. Am I reading that right?
Not only the entire surface, but not a majority of the surface. The requirements would call for a 36-inch wide path without detectable warnings so that people who use mobility devices may travel over the portion of the turning space that does not have detectable warnings on it.
So,
I'm in one of these points where, until I see figures to explain what this is, I can't even comprehend this.
If we refer to, I believe we have an existing figure that will suffice for this discussion. If we refer to existing figure 11B 406.3.2, and that's just the figure for a parallel curb ramp.
Right.
That would be what we're describing as a parallel curb ramp with one entrance-exit point. You'll note that it has a curb at the back of the landing, so you can't get out that way, but you could only get out by turning down on the page.
And by going up the ramps. That's an exit and entrance.
True, but
I believe we've exempted the downslopes in our language here.
Wow, okay, I'll reserve my arguments, I guess, until I see figures.
So in essence, if you refer to that figure, you'll see that approximately half of the turning space has detectable warnings on it, and half of it does not have detectable warnings. We will require that the half that does not have detectable warnings provide 36 inches in width.
Are you done, You done, Dan?
Well, I'm just, to follow up on sections that we just approved, of trying to remove detectable warnings from all of these turning spaces and places where chair users need to have the mobility freedom, we're now sticking detectable warnings. We still have detectable warnings in these areas, so I still have a problem.
Mr. Gibbons.
Go ahead.
There's a question. If you're talking like an elevated walkway, and there's parking on both sides of it, okay, you got an elevated walkway going through it, and you've got parking on both sides at 90-degree angles, and so you're dropping down to the grade level, and then you're going back up, and you're saying that that's got two openings if they're going, both serving an access aisle on both sides. Would that be a situation you're talking about?
Yes,
Okay.
that would.
Well, then that, to me, wouldn't be a parallel curb ramp, it would be two curb ramps. Because the parallel curb ramp is when it's inside where there's a curb face, and back behind it is a circulation way, or like an accessible route, or a walkway, an elevated walkway, or whatever, down to a dropped area. So I don't see how, and then you're saying that's only if that walkway, this applies only if that elevated walkway is more than 4 feet wide, so that you would actually have enough space, and nobody's ever going to build a walkway, well, they could maybe, in a huge parking lot. I can only see, I can see a shopping center where this, what you're talking about could apply, but it would be confusing, for code.
To make it work, you're going to have a very large
I understand what
bottom
you're trying to
landing.
get at, but I don't think it fits here.
Okay. Mr. Lozano, sir?
I was just going to ask staff a figure, because for the, I don't have the item number, but for the detectable warnings through cut-throughs, that it does exist, and it has the different depth of the detectable warnings. I just thought that might be analogous to what we're doing, since it at least would show the two exit points. I just thought that would be some way of showing what the level area would be like.
There is a figure currently in the code that addresses detectable warnings, or cut-through at island, and it does show detectable warnings, but that's not really the description we're describing here. The description would be where you're depressing the entire width of that raised walk, okay? So it's distinctly different from a cut-through at an island.
At grade, and it just purely at level, not two curb ramps, but actually a cut-through, but I'll drop it. Thank you.
But is the net effect of this is going to be to require considerably larger bottom landings, let's put it that way.
Would be wider, yes.
Considerably.
Which could have a huge financial impact to property owners, especially existing property owners.
Yeah, the renovation side of this is a little more interesting than the first out.
No, I see your exception
Yeah.
for existing, but that's not going to cover the majority of the situations out there, because the majority of the situations are not legal currently. One reason or another.
you also-
Slope detectable warnings, any number of things, they now have to widen that walkway.
You also have to prove
And for
technically
20
infeasible,
years,
and that won't
we've
be an issue.
Comments from wheelchair users, mobility device users, that traveling over a lot of detectable warnings can be extremely painful.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with the point and with the message behind it, because as Mr. Kaiser said, we just eliminated the application of this for the functional reason that when you're trying to traverse it, it's not safe. I just wanted to make sure I understood, and your diagram needs to clearly articulate how big that landing's going to be. Okay, other comments for?
We need a break soon.
Yeah, I want to get through this item so we can get done with this kind of stuff. Any other comments for them? Okay, open public hearing. Online?
You have one question remaining.
Thank you, go ahead.
This is Terry McLean, Architect Cass again. So on the one entrance exit point, so for example, the figure that he mentioned, if that has like 10 parking spaces between the two parallel curb ramps, and it's got exits, even though it's got multiple exits along the same side, that's where that would apply. But if it were, in fact, it had parking on both sides of it, then those truncated zones would have to go across that whole landing width. Is that correct? Is that what I'm looking at?
Not the whole landing width. There's the requirement for a 36-inch deep section of detectable warnings.
Yeah, but if you had it on both sides, like if you had parking on both sides of that walkway, if you will, between the curb ramps, and you could go top or bottom, then that whole landing would wind up being, because 36 inches on one side versus 36 inches on the other side, the whole thing would be truncated zones.
Yes, I think that's true.
Okay.
And that would be true even if it went down 10 spaces, like in a shopping mall or something, that whole entire thing would be truncated zones.
That's the current requirements of the code, if you were to choose that design option.
You know what I think of truncated zones.
I know a lot of people have a lot of very strong opinions about detectable warnings.
Thank you. Any other comments, ma'am?
Nope, that's it, thank you.
Thank you. All right, excuse me, anybody else on the line? Jump on.
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Need a motion.
This is Dan Kaiser. Items 11B 37, 37.1, 37.2, 37.3, 37.4. I'm going to recommend disapproval.
Second.
I like the idea that the concept, we're not ready for prime time. This is most specifically geared towards existing facilities. And because of that 9-point criteria, number 5, the benefit we're gaining versus the unreasonable burden on existing facilities.
Second was Dawn? Okay. So motion? Okay.
She third.
So you get to each paint half a plane on your cockpit edge, okay? So we have a, yes, sir.
Just for our clarity of understanding, does the cited 9-point criteria equally apply to our proposed language in 11B 705.1.2.2, .1.2.2.1, and .1.2.2.2? That language is pretty clear and could stand on its own if the one entrance or exit point or two entrance or exit points is the concern.
It's possible, but I think because we're talking about a a code section and subsections, they need to work together, and they don't currently.
And I would add that they are not, from the conversation you've heard, sufficiently clear without diagramming the impact of this. I don't think all of the conditions have been considered that this is going to represent.
I
So-
understand there are objections to the last two sections there. All I'm suggesting is that you might not want to decline the entire proposal and perhaps focus your attention on the last two items.
Well, let me ask you, the first two sections that you're relating to, what is, you're just doing some realignment, correct? Some realignment. Nothing has technically changed in those first two sections, correct?
Not entirely correct, but primarily correct. We have refined the location of the edge of the detectable warnings under the parallel curb ramp section.
Well, like anything else, I think then you can take, our recommendation and either take it or not take it forward in 45 days.
Call to order. It's been seconded. Can we vote on this item, please?
We're having this
We're in discussion on it, so I can call the question. Are we done? You're okay, Dan? You got a motion. You're going to do with it what you
Right,
want to
right.
anyway, and they do work together.
We would certainly not like to reject the good and thoughtful actions of the committee here. The first three
Well, I
sections.
agree.
Understand,
No,
but
I agree.
you won't necessarily have to reject all of the conversation, just the part, if you got the first two, that take them. We still, though, have an action we're going to take here that is for this body of language.
And
So,
I would, and
we'll
I haven't spoken on this item, and I have other issues, so I think that we can have further conversation through public comment. So it seems appropriate we should vote on this since we only have several minutes left for the rest of the agenda.
And good point. Call the question. All those in favor of the motion to deny?
Aye.
Lozano? Motion passes. Excuse me. Motion passes. You're denied. Okay. Okay, we're in, trust me, guys, we are in striking distance if we keep our focus. Where are we at? Take a break for 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes, 5 minutes back, okay?
She had, I told her I'd.
So, did you float your idea? Yeah, great. Sounds good. Oops. Hey, Sue, for items 11B, 49, and 43, who's study or who is?
Which ones?
11B, 39, 11B, 43?
We need to still address that.
As submitted?
Yeah.
And
We are
43
not
also.
withdrawing it, but
Yes.
you are welcome as on the same
Thank you.
premise. We don't want to withdraw because then we can't move.
Okay, me? There we go. All right. Okay, so while we wait, we're going to take an action on item 38, that, excuse me, 11B 38, that we skipped in the last process, which will be, I'm assuming, a very quick motion to match up with the other DW. In addition, in the interest of time, what we're going to do, I'm going to poll the committee based on your groups for the things that are still pending. If any of the committee members have a comment they want to address, then we'll take that comment. We'll go ahead and open up, take that comment to you guys. We have to open the public hearing, take an action after that. Hopefully, there are at least one of the items in the groups, one of the groups that does not have any comment. And we'd be able to open the public hearing, take that comment, close that, and take a motion to dispose of the item. So that's the fastest way I can think of to not keep going through the routine. So, to dispose of the DW3 11B-38 item that we had skipped over before. It was included in the public comment. We just didn't take an action on it. For some reason, you skipped it. So, Mr. Kaiser, is there a motion?
We need public comment.
Well, no, we had public comment open for that entire area.
Okay. Item 11B.38, move to disapprove, based on the same rationale and reasoning that we did the previous action, which I believe was number 6.
Second.
So this is a a motion to disapprove. This involves the blended transitions, which ties back to the previous section on the definitions. Right. So, 38. So, motion to send to disapprove, those in, seconded by Michael. Discussion? Call the question. All those in favor of disapproval?
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Lozano has, and Don has abstained. So that's 3. Ms. Chung, did I hear your vote? Abstain. Oh, shoot, let's see, so that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Huh? Abstain, it still passes, that's right. All right, motion passes. All right, so, along with that idea, baby changing tables, BC1, 11B11, 11B32. Does the committee have any disagreement with what DSA is proposing in these items?
Not for mine.
Mr. Gibbons?
Criteria for the last one, too, when you get to it.
Ms. Chung, you're, okay, on BC1? Mr. Lozano, any comments on BC1? That's 11B-11 and 11B-.32, and these are baby changing tables.
No, except I approve of them.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, comment? Okay, open for public comment. 11B.11, 11B.32, BC-1, BC-2 on the log. Anybody in the audience? Anybody online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment.
This is Dan Kaiser, motion to approve item 11B.11 and 11B.32 as submitted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item 11B.34 and 11B-34-1 concerning the side opening toilet compartment door, SO1, SO1 on the matrix provided by DSA. Members of the committee that have comments? Down here, Ms. Anderson?
So my comments involve clarity on the added portions of text. I'm assuming that is the first section of this item and that the figures are the second section. So you say the door opening shall be farthest from the water closet and shall be 54 inches minimum from the rear wall. The door opening is sometimes problematic. I would suggest that you write the edge of the door opening or door opening edge, and then delete shall be farthest from the water closet, and then shall measure 54 inches minimum, and that is the recommended change of the text, and is for clarity because we use the word measure to describe the depth, and you don't have to refer to the water closet if you're referring to the rear wall. So these items were provided for clarity, including the edge, and then the measure, and then deletion of those other words.
Thank you. Any other points? Hearing none, open public comment. Anybody online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment.
Kaiser, motion to approve items 11B.34 and 11B.34-1 as submitted.
Get a second? Second, Mr. Lozano? Although, discussion on the motion. All those, was that a question, Mr. Gibbons?
Just a quick question. Did you look at this as needing to have the 54 inches? Because with California's extension of 48 inches in front of it, was there really an issue where we needed to have, to clarify the 54?
Yeah, the location of the side opening compartment door, without the clarification of 54 inches, could really occur at just about anywhere on that side panel.
Okay.
Oh, I see, yeah, right. I see what you said before, it's the maximum.
All the question,
Or
all
just
those,
maximum, yeah.
yeah, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item SC1, page 106. Let's see, this is 11B.35 as the item number, and this concerns shower controls.
And since we're skipping the state's reasoning, just for my clarification, isn't this just brings us in alignment with the current ANSI A117A, correct? Yeah. Thank you.
Nope.
No, thank you.
All we needed?
Thank you, that's all I needed.
Yep, it does.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Open public comment? Anybody online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Okay, motion?
Motion to approve as submitted, items 11B.35, .35-1, .35-2, and .35-3, as submitted.
Gibbons is the second. All those in favor of the motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item SH1, Student Housing Kitchens, 11B40, 11B41. Anybody on the committee have questions about this? Ms. Anderson?
Yes, so what is the purpose of introducing multi-bedroom housing? Is this designating it for some special reason?
Well, the multi-bedroom housing units are already addressed in the scoping provisions for housing at a place of education. What we're picking up here are 2 requirements that are in the 2010 ADA standards, but they're in the Code of Federal Regulations, and they require turning spaces within kitchens that are not within those dwelling units. So in other words, you could have a common area kitchen in a student housing facility, and that would then require a turning space in that kitchen. And then it also requires a portion of the work surface with the forward approach with knee and toe clearance, and that is not currently addressed in the building code. So we wanted to be sure that we pick up those 2 provisions and get those into the building code because they are required in the CFR in the 2010 standards.
Thank you.
Clarification on this, in the 2010 ADA standards, they don't refer to it as, there's units I looked in, and it says specifically that applies to rooms with mobility features. You've included adaptable features in here, and the mobility features indicate the rooms that are made accessible, not the adaptable features. So this is an increase beyond what isn't, that's not in the 2010 ADA standards. As you said, it's in regulation, but it doesn't apply to adaptable dwelling units. It applies to mobility units, which they refer to as specifically the ones that are accessible.
Well, and as I said, this is what we look at in the kitchens that are not within any of those types of dwelling units.
Making a brand-new code here. It's just a completely brand-new code.
With that comment, where or why did you feel the need to put this in the code? Where'd it come from? What drove this?
Because it, like I said, it's in the CFR and not addressed in the building code. So we had some comments on this, and we took a look at that and determined that it wasn't enforceable as it is right now in the CFR. So we pulled that into the building code.
So in other words, it'll only be valid for publicly, for lack of a term, publicly funded, public housing.
No, this is housing at a place of education. It's covered under both public housing and a place of public accommodation.
Isn't it just for undergraduate student housing?
Yes. Yep.
So for clarification, and to Mr. Kaiser's point, I think it would be helpful, as it's introduced in the code, to have that in the title.
Just as a comment from the UC, this is Chris Adamson. This is the predominant style of housing that's going in at all of our universities now, is apartments that are either sharing common kitchens or multi-room units where they're room leases as opposed to a dorm lease.
And is this an issue? Because you already know that you need to comply with the federal standards.
I can say by reviewing the plans that I've seen, it hasn't shown up as an issue just by the configuration that they end up laying the kitchens out, or tend to be galley kitchens. But I can see it as, it could be an issue depending on the configuration that's presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the committee? Open public comment?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment? Motion?
Move that this be denied, be disapproved, excuse me.
Kaiser second for discussion purposes.
Moved and seconded, discussion?
I'm kind of torn. I see that there might be a need, but I really don't. It's not a requirement of ADA, it's not a requirement of our current building code or of our state law. Period. Mhm.
It is a requirement in the 2010 ADA standards.
No, the
FR.
correct.
Right.
It's regulation, it's not in the standard.
It doesn't apply to adaptive, that's specific.
Right. Yeah,
A new law.
I don't think we'll find anything this will never pop up in adaptable. It also, if I recall this overall concept section, it applies more than just undergraduate student housing. There's also other qualifiers. It will kick in with, come on, brain. It applies to more than just undergraduate student housing. Housing at places of education is applicable to more than just undergraduate student housing. That's a better way to
Correct,
put it.
but as these two sections clearly state, it says in undergraduate student housing.
I understand.
Right.
But the federal law addresses a broader requirement, and you've only taken a portion of that.
Right, because these are the locations, when you read the CFR, where this is required in undergraduate student housing.
Well, there's other parts that are not in the standard. There's things for healthcare that don't show up in the ADAG or in the standard itself. The DOJ, sort of usurped that process.
Okay.
I don't know that this is as clearly written as you would want it to do if it's going to apply only to undergrad, but we have a motion to disapprove. And it's been seconded by Mr. Kaiser. Did I open public already? Yes, I did. Okay, so, action on the motion. All those in favor of disapproval?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Aye.
Motion fails. Motion?
Items 11B.40 and 11B.41 would like to refer that back for further study. For further study.
Yep.
For the items, or for the reasons that have already been stated by Mr. Gibbons. Let's look at the legality of this.
Also states this would be disallowed by Government Code 4459.
Second.
Second on further study?
Yes. Ms. Anderson, second. All those in favor of moving this to further study?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Anderson is an aye since she seconded it. Mr. Lozano? Aye. Aye. Okay, motion passes. Further study.
Criteria, please?
Yeah, I think because I am, yeah, let's call it 6. I'm still vague. I'm not sure that's the best, but, okay.
Yeah, I'm avoiding that.
Well, do you want to go on to definitions, or do you want to jump back to page number 2, where we have the bottle filling stations?
Yeah, hang on. Bottle filling stations. There's method to my madness, okay? Anybody have an interest on my method to my madness? I just put a gun in my mouth. Anybody have comments about bottle filling stations? Hearing none. Oh,
I'm sorry, I did. I'm trying to find the specific section. It's not 9, see, 9. There was one. 31. Ah, there it is. Thank you. Item 11B.31. You're adding an exception, which, well, in a nutshell, says the bottle filling stations at drinking fountains for standing persons are not required to comply with this section. Well, this section identifies that these bottle filling stations should have pedestrian protection, and now you're exempting them. So what we've got is we've got bottle filling stations that can project more than 4 inches anywhere along the circulation path and don't require any pedestrian protection. So you've exempted them from 11B.307. So I'm sure that's not the intent, but I think you need to be clearer on your exception that they don't have to comply with other parts of the code.
anybody else? Thank you. Open public comment.
Natasha Reyes for Disability Rights California. Our comment is specific to 11B.09 and 11B.09-1. So this section adds water bottle filling stations. We are in full support of making those filling stations accessible. However, the exception outlined for detention and correctional facilities, there's no reason for it. We have to be cognizant of others who are working and visiting the facility. That includes attorneys, staff, chaplains, anyone who's working or visiting at the facility and going through these portions of the detention and correctional facilities. We're not just talking about people housed in the cells, especially since this is about areas or filling stations serving cells. So they're not necessarily located inside of a holding cell. We really, really just want to point out that this exception not only reduces accessibility and contradicts several of the criteria, but it goes against law that really means that things should be accessible for everyone with disabilities.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Question from Ms. Reyes?
Yes. Oh, was this, well, no, it's a question, was this proposed as by the prison people, by the correctional facility people, that this exception?
Actually, what you have to take a look at is the broader exception under the general exceptions in 11B 203.7, detention and correctional facilities. In detention and correctional facilities, common use areas that are used only by inmates or detainees and security personnel and that do not serve holding cells or housing cells required to comply with Section 11B 232 shall not be required to comply with these requirements or be on an accessible route.
I agree with it completely, and I've done a lot of prison and correctional facility work, and they wouldn't be allowing people to be putting these things in, to carry that stuff around anyway, so.
Question from Ms. Reyes? Thank you, ma'am. Online, anybody?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Thank you. Close public comment. Ms. Moe, do you want to address Dan's comment that this is not contradictory to the idea of a path of travel obstruction?
You mean with the protection for protruding objects? We'll take a look at that and be sure that we get that covered and clarify that. Yeah.
Okay, motion?
And with that, items 2.02, 11B.09, 11B.09-1, 11B.31, 11B.31-1, approve as submitted with the comments that you've heard.
Okay, discussion of the motion. All those in favor of the motion to approve?
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. Social Service Center Establishments. Item 11B.10. Does the committee have any comments? Ms. Anderson?
This is good.
So I had some questions about the elimination of these sections, specifically the requirement for clearances around beds and storage. Those have been eliminated, is that correct? When you've eliminated those sections. And then another suggestion, are you keeping service center establishments in the title? Why not break it out into its own section? That would be easier to read than going back and deleting.
What we're doing is really correcting what is a drafting error, because when you look to the guidance and the standards for social service center establishments, they have to comply with Section 11B 233.3, and they're not required to comply with the scoping and technical provisions for transient lodging. And when you start taking a look at this and actually studying it, there are more restrictions and you end up with more units that are required under 11B 233.3. So that's really why we're taking a look at this and clarifying the requirements. And when you take a look at the provisions in 11B 233.3 for residential dwelling units, there is still a requirement for clear floor space at a bed.
Agreed. So, but you're still including service center establishments under the title of the transient. So with that in mind, and I am in agreement with what you said, wouldn't it be better to call it out on its own and then just refer to 233 or include social service establishments under 233?
Well, what we did, if you take a look at the title, a few code cycles ago, that was actually changed, and it's transient lodging, housing at a place of education, and social service center establishments. So it's those different types that are under that one entire heading. So they're broken out into their own sections under that one heading. But at this point, we're not looking at moving this into another section. We're just clarifying the scoping provisions for social service center establishments.
Right, it just reads confusing with the general being applicable to whatever.
That is the current code language. You're just striking language.
Right, correct.
Okay. Any other comment or things that we would want to discuss about this?
I just have to, just verbally, yeah, I think, valid point, you need to look at, you have two different scoping sections for social service center establishments. You have scoping under 224.8, and you have scoping under 233. So it would make sense to do some housekeeping here. Thank you.
That in a future code
Thank
cycle.
you.
Okay, public comment? Public online?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Motion to address this.
Item 11B.10, motion to approve as submitted.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approval as submitted?
Aye.
Opposed? And then definitions. Miscellaneous, M1, 23, 25, all that. Item, excuse me, Gene, I'm sorry. 11B 23, 11B 25, 11B 26 are the items that we're going to be. Yep. For right now. We're not going to ignore it. Like I said, there's method to my madness. Okay. Any questions of staff for these items?
My only one is under the exception, 11B.23. Should this be exception 1 or 2, but why C? Right now, the exception is labeled small c, period. I'm looking at specifically code section 11B-404.2.9. You have an exception paragraph, and then right under it, you have the letter C, powered doors.
Go ahead.
The drafting of this proposal omits the language in between. Ellipses have not been indicated here. But the C that's referenced is actually one of the required conditions that would be.
I understand that. Are we eliminating A and B and everything else?
We're only reflecting the changes to condition C.
Staff would take the position, since there was no strikeout language provided, the remainder of A and B stay.
I inadvertently omitted the ellipses to indicate there was language in
That's fine, as long as
between.
it's, okay. Got it. Understand.
Any other comments, Ms. Anderson?
Yes, this section is often confused as providing direction and scoping for automatic and power assist doors. So when you say a powered door, and yes.
Respectfully, I'm sorry, may I interrupt? We get that confusion. I don't know that we need to address a code clarity issue.
I just want to make sure that when we're striking out scoping from this, which includes reach ranges and clear floor areas and turning spaces, that we aren't actually, when we look at 404.3, eliminating scope. So this is in a manual door with power, and that is under 404.3. but there is no mention of 404.3. I understand the intent. 309 covers reach ranges, and 309 actually covers 305. But 304 is not covered under any other reference and is unique to that section. And I just want to make sure that if you're including automatic doors and power assist doors, that it follows 404.3, because that is not ever referenced. And if you take it out, it reduces access.
Respectfully, Section 11B 304 is a requirement for turning space. And that's not really a relevant requirement, code requirement applied to power doors.
So for power assist doors, there are requirements for maneuvering clearances, which you do not cover here.
But this is a requirement that addresses door and gate force at a specific location. This does not address power assist doors in general, which is 404.3.
No, power assist and automatic, which is what a powered door is, I believe what you're referring to.
But this is not the item on the agenda. If you need clarification on a further code issue, you're welcome to discuss, but it's not relevant to what we're proposing.
Is it the opinion of staff that the deletion of the language, which is subject to conversation today, does not change the requirements for access at that door, number one, and number two, they were possibly improperly assigned because they don't reflect the function of the power operation?
It's the opinion of staff that the new language in replacement of the old language does maintain the requirements of 11B 305 and 11B 308, and we're acknowledging the error in the reference to requiring 11B 304. So that one does have a change. What was the second part of your question, please?
Just to continue that for a second, though, other parts of the code are going to address what was in 304. This is focused on force, this paragraph. So I don't see that this is impacting, these deletions aren't hurting us for getting access to that door. Okay? Anybody else? Any other discussions for staff on this item?
For the entire group or just that one item?
Just M1, 2, and M2. M2 and M2. 23 and 25 and 26.
I have a comment for M2. Item 11B.26. The new language that's being introduced reads like a definition, and I understand that there is already a definition for curb ramp. For me personally, if it's going to be a definition or providing greater clarity with regards to different types of curb ramps, perhaps this language should reside under definitions under a subset when you do look up the definition of curb ramp. Thank you.
Of 6 as well.
That, we're past our end time, so we really need to finish.
We're
because gonna come
very, we're very close. We're very close, we understand. They locked the door. We can't get out. So, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Open public comment. Anybody on the line?
You have 0 questions remaining.
Close public comment. Motion for these items, and they may want to be taken as separate motions because they are somewhat disparate. So they don't have to do all M1 and M2 and my other brother M2, at the same time.
Motion to approve as submitted, item 11B.23.
Second, Ms. Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, Ms. Anderson is opposed. Motion passes. Thank you, Gene. Mark Jean as approving the motion That was approving the motion for approval, correct, Gene?
Yes.
Thank you. Him too.
We didn't have any problem. Okay, item 11B.25, recommend approval as submitted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 11B.
It was approved, Ms. Anderson opposed.
Yes.
Yes.
Item 11B.26 for short-term, or for further study.
Second.
Based on the comments by a fire official, are very valid. Number 6. Yeah.
A motion and seconded by Mr. Gibbons, I think, correct? All those in favor of further study?
Aye.
Opposed? Further study? Okay, unless I have screwed up, which is not necessarily impossible, we have DE 1, 2, and DE 1 composed of 2.03, 2.04, and 2.05 definitions. Is that correct? It's the only thing left for us to address, correct? Okay. Now, aren't you all motivated to address this in a reasonable fashion? Oh, probably not best that you did hear me on that. The intent of putting this at the back end was to make sure that we address these in succinct fashion. So, definitions on page 7, 9, and 17 of the a package. So, are there comments on regard to the definition for circulation path?
I have no comments on any of these. They all look great.
Other members of the committee?
I have comment. What is prepared?
Item, Ms. Anderson.
I believe this is for under definitions. This is item 203, and I believe it is repeated in other definitions. Let me double check. Item 204.
Question of staff is for some definition of what the term prepared.
And this harkens back to some of Mr. Gibbons' past comments about what does that mean? Does it mean improved? Does it mean concrete? What does prepared mean?
Something other than naturally occurring.
So then a walkway, or that's a granite walkway through a park that has a vehicular way through it for service trucks? I just want to make sure that this application is proper.
Granite walkway?
Decomposed granite? Decomposed granite?
Yes, if it's designed, constructed, and installed, and it's intended as a walking surface, as in a circulation path, that would fall under that.
I'm just wondering why another word like improved wasn't put in. Why prepared?
It was a term that we've used previously for many, many years.
Okay, anybody else? Any other discussion points? Open for public comment. Online,
You have 0 questions remaining.
close public comment.
Motion to approve as submitted, items 2.03, 2.04, 2.08, as submitted.
Discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Completed the list. The last action that we take is a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
No, excuse me.
A motion to accept.
We have to approve all actions, and then we adjourn. So,
Motion to approve all actions taken yesterday and today.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion to adjourn this year's committee meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Nobody's opposed? All right. I want to thank I want to thank the entire committee for moving through that stuff and the strategies for doing it. I think we also learned some things in terms of how to structure these agendas and how much time to assign for them in some cases. So, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Everyone's quit working so hard. Just work a little bit each cycle.